paper and a pen?
This is the tape number 1 of the videotape deposition of William Browder in the matter of the United States of America versus Prevazon Holdings Limited et al. We are now going on the record. The time is 9:35 a.m. Will counsel please state their appearances for the record?
This is Michael Kim and Lindsay Weiss from Cobry and Kim for the witness, William Browder.
Paul Monteleone and Andrew Adams for the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney's Office.
Seth Taub and Joyce Young Baker Botts for defendants.
Mark Simrod and Paul Levine for defendants.
Will the court reporter please swear the witness in?
Raise your hand. Do you swear the testimony? Right here. Do you swear the testimony about today will be the truth, the whole truth, not put the truth up again?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Browder, my name is Mark Simrod. I represent the defendants in this action. You're here pursuant to subpoena?
Is that a question?
Yes. Are
Yes.
you here pursuant to subpoena?
Yes.
And a court order?
I think so.
Let me show you what I'll mark as Browder Exhibit 1.
Sorry, Mark, can I do the confidentiality?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I skipped that. Yes.
All right, sorry about that. So this is Michael Kim. So we still do not have a confidentiality agreement or order from the court. I'm not faulting anybody. That's just objectively the situation we're in. It would be our preference to obviously have this deposition only when covered by a court-ordered confidentiality order. But given that we're under subpoena, we will proceed in the manner that the plaintiff wishes. And as I understand it, and I discussed this with Mr. Simrod before the deposition began, there are other people listening in who believe he has identified 3 names, and I'll ask him to just state what his understanding is for the record. We on Mr. Browder's part, were made to understand that certain client representatives would be attending. I did not understand the word attending to mean unnamed persons or persons I can't verify who's listening in are listening in. That's fine. Given we're under subpoena, we're willing to proceed based on the understanding that the contents of this subpoena are covered by the same arrangements that was in the March 20th letter from us, which was subsequently agreed to by defendants, with the exception that the client representatives who will be identified as listening in would be allowed to access this deposition on the undertaking by all that the contents of the deposition will not be passed on to any other persons pending further order of the court. And I think after the deposition, we understand we'll try to get the confidentiality agreement finalized and submitted to Judge Grisey as soon as we're able to. So.
Right. I would just say that we've gotten as far in our discussions as a point where the judge has before him on the government confidentiality proposal the same issues. So they'll be resolved when he resolves them. In terms of people looking in, there are other attorneys and others associated with our law firm. Gabrielle Volstein is client representative. Natalia Veselnitskaya and Dennis Katzev are client representatives. And those are the ones I'm aware of.
Okay.
But anybody looking in will be subject to the same restriction that it cannot be used for any other purpose other than this lawsuit as we set forth in that letter.
Just one question. Are you able to verify who's actually listening and who's not to a degree of certainty?
I am not sitting here, no.
Okay. So we object to proceeding, but given we're under subpoena, we'll just note the objection and then proceed as we just discussed. So thank you. All right. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Proceed.
Exhibit 1. All right. So I'm marking for identification as Browder Exhibit 1, a letter dated December 4, 2012 to the New York County District Attorney's Office. I believe that Mr. Browder signed this. And attachments. Let's get the court reporter initial it, I'm sorry. Why don't you use this copy, which has tabs. All right, Ms. Browder, can you tell us what that letter is?
Can I correct a statement that you made? Is that,
Yes, you
I mean,
can.
this is not a letter that I signed.
Who signed it?
This is signed by Brown Rudnick LLP.
Oh, you recognize that as the letter you authorized?
This was a letter that I authorized, yes. Yeah.
Okay. And let me mark as Exhibit 2 the verified complaint. The original. The original. So how did it, while we're waiting for that, how did that letter come about, Mr. Browder?
This letter came about based on an investigation that we did into the proceeds of the Magnitsky crime.
And who is we?
My legal team and myself.
Who's your legal team, or who was your legal team at the time?
My legal team started out with John Moscow from Baker Hostetler. It included Neil Micklethwaite from Brown Rudnick, Jonathan Weiner from APCO, John Ashcroft from Ashcroft Associates, various Russian lawyers.
Brown Rudnick.
Brown Rudnick, Neil Micklethwaite I mentioned.
Okay. And who at Hermitage was working on this?
Pretty much Vadim Kleiner, Ivan Cherkasov,
And yourself?
and well, yeah,
You were working on it, right?
yeah.
So, you sent this letter to the U.S. Attorney, and what happened next? Or it actually went to the State District Attorney, correct?
So John Moscow introduced me to Adam Kaufman, who was head of the investigations division of the New York District Attorney's office. I walked it into his office on the 4th of December 2012, or maybe possibly 1 or 2 days later, and then they took up the case.
John Moscow wasn't representing you at this time.
No, he wasn't, but he did introduce me to Adam Kaufman earlier.
When was that?
I can't recall exactly, but 1 or 2. I met Adam Kaufman through John Moscow at the Cambridge Crime Conference in Cambridge, England.
And when was that?
I can't recall exactly.
And John Moscow represented you for, what, 6 months in 2007 and 8, was it?
And then sort of informally afterwards, after he got called onto another case and didn't have time for us.
Well, all right, we don't need to get into the subject, but isn't it true that you discharged John Moscow and Baker and Hostetler?
I wouldn't know.
You stopped relying upon Baker and Hostetler's advice, correct?
Baker Hostetler, John Moscow stopped returning our phone calls because he got busy on another case.
And you stopped relying upon his advice?
No, not true.
Never, to
No,
this day?
Well, when he became adverse to us in this case, obviously his advice was no longer objective.
I see. And when was the last time before, what was it, December or November of 2013 that you spoke to John Moscow?
I don't recall.
Years before that?
I think it was at the Cambridge Crime Conference that I last spoke to him.
Which was when?
I don't remember which year it was.
2012, 2011?
I'd have to.
No idea.
I'd have to look at the Cambridge Crime Conference schedule and see when he was there and Adam Kaufman was there.
So at the time of this letter, December 4, 2012, you walked into the New York County District Attorney's office. Is that what I understand?
That's correct.
With whom?
On my own.
I see. And you presented this letter?
Correct.
And what happened after that?
At that point, they accepted the letter.
And was there a conversation?
And then perhaps a few weeks later, I was informed that they were taking up the case.
In the New York County District Attorney's Office?
That's correct.
All right. And what happened in terms of the case after that?
I can't remember the name of the investigator, started to do some work on it, and then eventually decided that it was a real case.
And when did it get to the U.S. Attorney's Office?
After that,
When after that?
I don't recall.
How much work was done in the DA's office in New York?
I don't work in the DA's office.
How much work did they tell you they did?
They don't. I'm not a member of their staff. They don't. They don't tell me what they're doing or not doing.
After the first conversation, did you have additional conversations with the investigator?
I did.
How many?
I can't recall.
Did you record them?
No.
Did you take notes?
No.
So what were they about?
Just status reports.
What did he tell you about the status?
They were working on it.
Nothing more.
That it was a real case.
How long did conversations last?
I don't recall.
No idea. Hour, 2 hours, 3 hours?
No.
Less than that?
Less than that.
15 minutes?
Perhaps. I don't recall.
How many of these conversations did you have?
Don't remember exactly.
All right, when did it go to the U.S. Attorney's Office approximately?
After the, sometime after we submitted this, but I can't remember the dates.
I see. How long before it was filed in federal court?
It was filed in federal court, I think, a year later or something, maybe in the fall of 2013.
It was filed in, I believe, November or December of 2013, so it's about a year later. So how long before the complaint was filed did you first have your conversation with the U.S. Attorney's Office?
Quite a bit,
Months?
yes,
9 months?
perhaps.
So it was about 3 months in the DA's office and then 9 months in the U.S. Attorney's Office?
I don't know the timing.
All right. Who did you talk to in the U.S. Attorney's Office?
I spoke to Sharon Levin and Paul Monteleone.
Did you speak to Todd Hyman, the investigator?
He might have been present, but my first contact was with Sharon Levin.
All right, and what were your conversations with Sharon Levin?
That they had taken over the case from the New York DA's office.
Anything else?
That they were proceeding with the case.
They tell you that they were investigating?
They weren't sharing with me their internal conversations.
They ask you for more information?
Not at that meeting.
First meeting?
At the first meeting, it was just very simple meeting.
So you were there alone?
I don't remember if anyone was there with me or not.
I see, and there were 3 people on the side of the United States?
There were more than 3 people, but I don't know who else was there.
I see. There come a time when they... well,
Actually, let me correct that. Somebody from the New York DA's office was there as well.
I see. And who was that?
I don't remember the name of the person.
Was it an investigator or a lawyer?
I don't know.
They give you cards?
I don't remember.
How many meetings between the first meeting and the filing of the complaint did you have with the U.S. Attorney's Office?
I can't say for certain, but I think there was maybe one more in-person meeting.
Other people from Hermitage or your lawyers meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office before the case was filed?
No.
So it was just you?
Yeah.
There come a time when they asked you for more information other than what's in this letter?
Yeah.
When was that?
Spring or summer of 2013. I can't remember exactly.
What did they ask you?
They asked. Well, they didn't ask me personally. They asked people on my team for more information.
Who did they ask?
Vadim Kleiner.
How did they get to meet people on your team? They weren't at the meetings.
I maybe introduced them on the phone. I don't recall.
So they asked Mr. Kleiner for more information?
Yes,
What more information?
I wasn't part of those conversations.
Did there files at Hermitage about what was given the U.S. Attorney's Office?
I'm sure that there are files.
But you haven't given to us in response to the subpoena, is that right?
I don't know.
Who's responsible for that?
And there's a whole team of people responsible for that.
Well, you're ultimately responsible for your subpoena to you, isn't it?
Subpoenas to me.
You supervising the production of documents?
I've got a whole team of people who's working on that, and they report to me from time to time.
I see. And have they reported to you that they provided us with files that you gave the U.S. Attorney's Office?
They've reported to me lots of stuff, but I don't know the details.
I see. So you have no idea what you gave the U.S. Attorney's Office, Hermitage gave the U.S. Attorney's Office in response to their request. Is that right?
Objection to form.
Yeah, I'll restate it. You have no idea what Mr. Kleiner gave to the U.S. Attorney's Office in response to their request. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he didn't tell you at the time?
He told me he was in conversations, but he didn't tell me specifically what he was providing.
Did he tell you what the substance of the conversations was?
Just backing up different parts of the complaint.
What parts of the complaint?
I don't know.
Did you see a draft of the complaint before it was filed?
I think we might have, but I can't remember for sure.
Did you tell the U.S. Attorney's Office that the allegations in the complaint were accurate as far as you knew?
I was never asked or never told.
Did you ever see anything that you saw you've read the complaint, correct?
I have.
And did you see anything that you felt was inaccurate?
No.
So as far as you're concerned, everything in the original complaint was accurate?
It seemed to me that it was accurate, but I should point out that there are parts of the complaint that I wasn't familiar with that I would not know about.
But the parts that you were familiar with, as far as you're concerned, is accurate?
The parts that I was familiar with I was thinking is accurate.
For instance, Mr. Magnitsky is an attorney. You think that's accurate?
He was my attorney.
He was your attorney,
Yeah.
acting as...
Acting in court, representing me.
I see. And he had a law degree in Russia?
I'm not aware that he did.
I see. And he had... he went to law school?
No.
He didn't go to law school, he didn't have a law degree, but he was your lawyer?
And he represented me in court.
I see.
I should say represented Hermitage Fund companies in court.
Okay. And he did other work. He gave you advice on taxes.
Correct.
And he was given a power of attorney to do certain things for certain of your companies, correct?
I believe so.
Right. So he acted not just as an attorney, he acted in other capacities.
Objection to form.
Do you know who drafted the complaint?
I would imagine that the U.S. attorney drafted the complaint.
And you have no idea what investigation the U.S. attorney did beyond the information that you and Mr. Kleiner gave to the U.S. attorney?
I don't work in the U.S. attorney's office.
Well, you're aware that Mr. Hyman says that's the investigation that was done. Took documents from your company, talked to you and Mr. Kleiner. So this case arises from your information.
Sorry,
That's news to you?
I don't understand the question.
You didn't understand when the complaint was being filed that it was based upon information that you and Mr. Kleiner provided to the U.S. Attorney's Office?
Yes.
You understood that?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me show you the complaint we're talking about that I'll mark as Browder Exhibit 2, it's a verified complaint. It was filed on September 10, 2013. But, yeah. So, Exhibit 2 is the complaint we've been talking about, correct?
This?
Yes.
Yep.
And that's the complaint that you read and saw nothing inaccurate in it. Is that right?
Objection to form.
You could answer.
So when I say objection to form, that doesn't mean don't answer. It's just a legal objection. I'm stating to the form of the question.
Right. If we go back to what I said before, the parts of the complaint that I'm familiar with are accurate.
And we're talking about that complaint, Exhibit 2, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, going back to Exhibit 1, which is the letter to the DA's office, all right? If you take a look at tab 8.
Tab A,
8.
8.
Can you tell us what these documents are? Cover says bank transactions.
Yeah.
By the way, if you find some of them illegible, that's because that's the way it was produced to us. Yeah. So let me start with 3128-096. Can you tell me what that is?
Where's this?
It's the first document. If you look at the lower right-hand corner, it has numbers
Right.
on it.
I don't know.
Well, who put these documents together?
My team.
Who on your team?
My lawyers and Vadim Kleiner.
And which lawyers?
I've got a team of Russian lawyers. I think Neil Micklethwaite was involved as his people on his team.
Okay, so you have no idea what this says. It says refund decision. You have no idea what it is.
No.
And page 97-097, refund decision. You have no idea what that is.
No.
98, 99, going all the way through 102. Have no idea what they are.
No.
So then you come to a document that's in Russian. Do you read Russian?
No.
Who do you rely upon for translations?
I have a team of people who are Russian nationals.
Working in Hermitage?
Yeah.
Where are they? In London?
Yeah.
Okay. So...
I should say working in Hermitage or external counsel from Russia.
Right. So you have no idea what this is?
No.
Is it a official Russian document?
I don't know.
Do you know how you obtained it?
No.
No idea.
No.
Do you know whether it's fake?
I would assume it's real.
But you have any idea whether it's fake?
I don't think that my team would have put together fake documents.
But you don't know.
I trust my team to put together real documents.
Do you know where they got them?
No,
You know whether they stole them?
I don't think my team, no, they didn't steal them.
Do you know whether they bribed somebody to get them?
They didn't bribe anybody to get them.
Sorry, objection to form. What's the them we're talking about? Is it
Say
3128, 103?
104 or 105 as examples. You have any idea?
104.
Yeah.
Nobody bribed anybody. We haven't bribed anybody.
Well, Mr. Kleiner says he has contacts within Moscow. This is in your book. His contacts within Moscow, and then he shows up with some documents, right?
Objection
To
to
get
form.
central bank documents.
Objection to form.
How did he get them?
Objection to form.
How did he get them?
Could I have a moment to discuss with counsel whether or not there's a privilege objection
On whose behalf?
on the behalf of the U.S.?
I think we should step out because I'm wearing a microphone.
You're keeping track of the time, please.
The time is 10:01 a.m. We are coming off the record. The time is 10:03 a.m. We are back on the record.
Okay, so apologies for the break. Just on certain topics, we want to be prudent and just check if any party had a privilege objection. We understand that there is not, so you can proceed.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So the question is, where did Mr. Kleiner get, for instance, documents 104 and 105?
I don't know.
Did he tell you at the time?
No.
Was there a reason he wouldn't tell you at the time?
He has lots of sources. I don't ask him.
He has lots of sources in Moscow that give him information.
Correct.
Is it legal under Russian law for him to have, for instance, the information on pages 104 and 105?
Objection to form.
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the answer to that question.
Would it concern you if it weren't legal?
We try to obey the law in all situations.
Would it concern you if it weren't legal?
I'm sorry.
Would it concern you if it weren't legal to have, for instance, the documents on page 104 and 105?
Would it concern me? I don't understand. What are you saying?
Would it bother you? Would you bother you if you had documents that were illegal to have under Russian law?
Sure.
It would bother you. You wouldn't pass that along to the United States then.
If I was aware that it was violating Russian law, I wouldn't.
But you didn't ask Mr. Kleiner.
No.
So you were sort of closing your eyes to where he got the information. Is that what
Objection
you're
to form.
saying?
No.
So then why didn't you ask him?
I didn't.
You gave this information and similar information to law enforcement authorities in Switzerland, in Latvia, in Russia, in other locations, and you didn't check to see whether you had obtained the information legally.
No.
Is that your testimony?
No.
Was that a yes? I didn't hear you.
Objection to form. Question.
Could you ask the question again?
You didn't check whether it was legal, correct?
I didn't check if it was legal.
All right, let's go to page 111, the same exhibit. What is this document?
I don't know.
You have no idea.
No.
You gave it to the U.S. Attorney.
Yes.
Did you explain it to the U.S. Attorney?
No.
What'd you tell the U.S. Attorney about this document?
Nothing.
Just delivered the letter and told them nothing.
Correct.
And you have no idea who created this document.
No.
Now, these documents that follow, this document, the ones that follow, supposedly trace money from the Russian treasury into various accounts. You know that, right?
Yep.
You don't know how the tracing was done?
No.
Who did it?
Vadim Kleiner and a team of lawyers who worked with him.
And they never told you how they did it?
No.
And they never told you what this document was?
No.
And they never told you how this document works?
No.
They tell you what these account numbers are, say in the fourth column to the left? From
No.
the left?
No.
No idea.
No idea.
So you yourself have no idea whether it's accurate that money was traced?
I relied on the professionalism of my team, who have been very professional over a long period of time in tracing money.
They had been very professional over a long period of time in tracing money. Before 2007?
Yeah.
What kind of money tracing did they do before 2007?
My firm was a shareholder activist in Russia, and so we were looking at situations involving fraud at big Russian companies that we invested in, like Gazprom, et cetera. And so the team that I worked with were involved in those investigations, those tracings, and various actions after that information was gathered.
You do know it would be illegal in Russia for you to be in possession of bank account information for accounts other than your own.
Objection to form.
You know that?
No, I didn't know that.
You have no idea that bank information was secret.
Objection to form.
I had no idea.
So anybody could go to Hermitage's bank in Russia and ask for copies of the account statements.
I'm sorry?
Did you believe that anybody off the street could walk into your bank in Russia and say, I want the bank statements for Hermitage?
Is there a question?
Yes.
What's the
Do you
question?
believe that's true?
No.
So there must be some law that says it's not true, right?
Yep.
That bank information is not open to the public.
Objection to form.
It's a sort of practice that bank information is not open to the public.
You have no idea whether it's a legal practice or based upon a law or not.
I'm not a lawyer.
So you have no idea about any law.
I've got ideas about certain laws.
And whether your information, your bank information, is secret within Russia, you have no idea about that law.
I don't know which countries have bank secrecy and which ones don't.
So as far as you knew that anybody could walk up to a bank in Russia and get account information.
No.
So then how did Mr. Kleiner and your team get what purports to be, or what has been represented to us to be, bank information on, for instance, page 111 of Exhibit 1?
I don't know.
And you have no idea whether it's legal or not.
I have no idea.
Do you know whether this document was created by a bank?
I don't know.
Was it created by somebody on your team?
I don't know.
Do you know what information it was based upon?
I don't know.
Do you know whether they had account statements?
I don't know.
Do you know whether they knew the daily balance in those accounts that are represented here?
I don't know.
So you have no idea whether, you have no idea how the money was traced.
I have a vague idea, but not a detailed
All
idea.
right, so what's your vague idea?
That the team gathered information from various sources and were able to connect the dots to trace the money.
Connect the dots. Does it take any amount of expertise to connect the dots?
Objection to form.
I think it takes analysis to connect the dots.
What's Mr. Kleiner's education?
PhD,
In what?
economics.
Is he the one who connected the dots?
He and a team of other people connected the dots.
Well, who specifically did he rely upon to connect the dots?
Various lawyers,
It was all lawyers?
and people who had experience in this type of lawyers with experience in this type of issue.
He didn't have any bankers, accountants, anybody of that background?
I don't know the background of lawyers before they were lawyers.
I see. And you can't tell me a list of people who worked on connecting the dots?
their lawyers and Vadim.
No, the names. Names.
The
Do you have
name-
names?
Names of lawyers.
The names of the people who connected the dots.
Sure. We have Vladimir Postakov, he's a lawyer. Eduard Hardinov, a lawyer. Jonathan Weiner, a lawyer. Neil Micklethwaite, a lawyer. Olga Bischoff, a lawyer. Nathan Garrett, a lawyer. John Ashcroft, a lawyer. And then we also worked with various investigative reporters.
They connect the dots for you? Reporters connected these dots?
In some cases, reporters connected some dots.
I see. And you relied upon reporters to put together the information that's in Exhibit 1, particularly, say, page 111.
Objection to form.
Not on that page, no. I don't even know what that page says.
Well, it's right in front of you.
I know, but it doesn't mean anything to me.
Did it mean anything to the U.S. Attorney's Office as far as you know?
I don't know.
So what reporters did you rely upon to connect the dots?
Bill Alpert at Barron's in New York.
Anybody else?
Roman Anin at Novaya Gazeta. I shouldn't say I relied on them. They worked with our team.
Anybody else?
The Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project.
Which you supported with substantial amount of money, correct?
No,
You never contributed any money to the OCC-RP?
zero,
Zero money.
zero.
All right. What other reporters did you rely upon to connect the dots?
Those were the principal reporters. If there were others, I don't know their names.
Anybody else help you connect the dots?
Yeah. We also subpoenaed, with the help of your colleague John Moscow, New York banks, Citibank and J.P. Morgan, in I think it was 2009, 2010, 2009.
Actually, it was somebody else who actually filed that pleading, correct?
Someone else filed the pleading, but Baker Hostetler came up with the idea and helped us prepare the original filings with the court.
Okay, that was relating to a prior fraud, correct?
No, it was relating to the overall fraud.
The overall fraud includes $230 million, but by your definition, 11 point something million dollars.
Objection to form.
No, $1 billion, I'm sorry. Or 1 billion rubles. What does it include? When you say the overall fraud, what are you referring
At the
to?
time, it was the criminal enterprise that perpetrated the $230 million fraud and other frauds.
All right. So going back to this, anybody else help you connect the dots?
So the yes, the Swiss Attorney General.
I see. Gave you information.
Correct.
I see. Pursuant to a subpoena, pursuant to a proceeding that you initiated in Switzerland, correct?
Correct.
And you gave that information to the U.S. Attorney's Office?
Yep.
All right. Was it legal for you to give it to the U.S. Attorney's Office?
Objection to form.
I'm not a lawyer, but we asked for permission from the prosecutor at the time, and she gave it to us.
The prosecutor in Switzerland?
Correct.
And when was that?
Prior to filing this document.
Prior to
December.
December of 2012?
Correct.
So is there information in this document from Switzerland?
I would assume so.
But you don't know?
No.
I see. And you say she. Who are you referring to?
Miss Bino,
How do you spell that?
B-I-N-O.
All right. And what was her position?
She was prosecutor,
In what capacity? What was her
She was a
title?
federal prosecutor. I don't know her title.
In what canton?
We met with her in Lausanne, so whatever canton Lausanne is in.
Mm-hmm. So the Swiss proceeding was a proceeding that you initiated, correct?
Objection to form.
Correct.
And were you ever told that information in that proceeding was to be maintained secret?
We asked her for permission. She gave it to us.
Were you ever told that information in that proceeding was by law secret?
Subsequently, when the new prosecutor took over, it became secret.
It became secret.
In other words,
Or
she gave us permission.
written permission?
I don't know whether it was written or oral.
So you,
We asked
if
her.
it was written, there would be a document that you should have produced in response to the subpoena, right?
Objection to form.
I don't know.
And you've never seen a letter giving you permission?
I don't know whether there was a letter or not.
And you were never told that Swiss law requires the information in that proceeding to be secret?
No,
And you have a lawyer in Switzerland?
we do.
Who's your lawyer in Switzerland?
It's the firm is Lenz and Stalling.
And you said there was a new prosecutor and it became secret. Who was the new prosecutor?
Le Mans.
So, as far as you know, you can't identify within Exhibit 1 any documents that came from the Swiss proceeding. Is that right?
I don't know what's in the exhibit.
Well, take a look.
Okay.
Sorry, just for the record, are you talking about Exhibit 1 to Exhibit 1 or the entire deposition Exhibit 1?
The entire deposition Exhibit 1.
The entire document.
Yes. Do you know what you obtained from Switzerland?
I believe there's a question pending.
I'll withdraw it. Do you know what you obtained from Switzerland?
No, not exactly.
So you wouldn't know if it were in here anyway, right?
No.
So why waste time?
It's your time to waste.
Don't want to waste it.
I don't blame you.
All right, so let's look at, we have a lot of lines and a lot of numbers, but they're all meaningless to you, right?
I don't know what's in these documents.
All right, let's take a look at page 113. Just a short sentence, top of the page.
Sure.
All right, so it has an account number from the Russian Treasury, correct?
Yep.
Do you know where that account number came from?
Nope.
Do you know whether it's legal to have it?
Nope. I don't know if it's legal to have it.
And then there's an account number for Ryland with Universal Savings Bank. Do you know where that account number came from?
Nope.
All right, let's go to, for instance, 121. Same exhibit, Exhibit 1. Do you know what this document is?
Nope.
Do you know where it was obtained?
No.
Do you know whose hand that is?
Nope.
Do you know whether it's legal for you to have it?
I don't know.
And you didn't ask.
Nope.
Mr. Kleiner get this document?
I don't know.
So let's take a look at the verified complaint. Take a look at paragraph 24. Is it 24? You've read that?
Just give me a chance to read it. Yep.
Okay. So it refers to a search of Hermitage's offices on June 4, 2007, correct?
Correct.
Is it your view that Russia had absolutely no basis for investigating Hermitage at that time?
Objection to form.
Yep. My view.
And no basis for investigating you?
Yep.
And no basis for investigating Mr. Magnitsky?
Yes.
And that it was solely a political investigation then?
Objection to form.
No, I think it was criminal and political.
Criminal in what sense?
It was designed to perpetrate a fraud.
In other words, this search, the sole reason for this search, in your view, was to perpetrate the $230 million fraud that's described in the complaint.
I said that it's political and fraudulent.
Okay, so the fraud is the $230 million fraud,
Correct.
and that the investigators went in with the intent of aiding that fraud.
I
Is
think
that your view?
Yes.
And what's the political angle of it?
I think that I was considered to be an enemy of the Russian state, and on the back of that, there was a sort of carte blanche for various arms of the FSB, the Interior Ministry, and criminal elements working with them to victimize me.
All right. So your companies, while operating in Russia, always paid all the taxes that were due. Is
That's correct.
that's correct? And even when a court found that there were additional taxes due, you always paid those taxes.
Yep.
And you, Hermitage, set up a company called Saturn in a region called Kalmykia, correct?
Yes.
And what was the business of Saturn?
Investments.
What does that mean?
Saturn invested.
Invested in what?
Stock market companies.
In other words, Hermitage Fund, let me ask it this way. Where is Kalmykia?
Kalmykia is a region in southern Russia.
Remote from Moscow.
Correct.
And what was the usefulness of investing funds in Kalmykia?
After the Soviet Union broke up, in order to promote regions of Russia, a law was passed which allowed regions to have their own tax regimes, similar to what happens with Delaware or Puerto Rico. And Kalmykia and about somewhere between 10 and 15 other regions set up their own tax incentives to attract companies to come there.
And so you set up Saturn in Kalmykia to invest in Russian stock market companies, right?
I didn't set it up. The Hermitage Fund set it up.
Well, you were the general director, right?
No, I was the investment advisor.
We have an exhibit on that. You were never the general director.
I was not the general director. I was not the general director of the Hermitage Fund.
No, you were the general director of Saturn.
I was in 2001.
And for how long?
I don't know.
So you were the general director of Saturn when it was set up, correct?
I'm not sure if I was the general director of Saturn when it was set up. I was the
But
general
you-
director of Saturn in 2001.
I see. And as general director, you were personally responsible for filing the tax returns, correct?
That's correct.
And personally responsible to make sure they were accurate.
That's correct.
And what Saturn was doing was taking stocks that you were investing from Moscow and holding those stocks, correct?
Saturn was an investment company holding shares in Russian stock market traded companies.
Did it have capital of its own?
I don't understand the question.
Did it have capital to buy stock? You need money to buy stock, right?
Correct.
The money came from Hermitage Fund, correct?
Correct.
And
Well, yeah, it came indirectly from the Hermitage Fund.
through a number of shell companies, right?
Section
No.
of the form.
No, through one Cyprus-based company.
So you created a company in Cyprus.
I didn't create it.
Hermitage created it.
The Hermitage Fund created a company in Cyprus.
And you're the investment advisor of Hermitage Fund.
No, I'm the investment advisor to HSBC Management Guernsey. HSBC Management Guernsey was the investment manager of the Hermitage Fund.
So you had no idea that Hermitage Fund was setting up a company in Cyprus?
No, I knew that.
Of course you did, right?
I knew that.
Yeah, you knew that.
I knew that.
You approved the structure.
I wasn't the one to approve it or disapprove it. The manager was the decision maker.
But you made the decision, or let's put it this way, you agreed with the decision.
I didn't object to the decision.
You knew it was happening.
I was aware of it.
And Cyprus, according to you, is a jurisdiction that often used for money laundering. That's your view, isn't it?
No.
You've never said that.
I think many jurisdictions are used for money laundering,
Cyprus being one,
Cyprus being one of many.
but you set up a corporation there, right?
Just about every Russian company set up, every Russian investor invested through Cyprus.
And not every Russian investor who invests through Cyprus is doing things illegally, right?
There are many legitimate investors in Cyprus.
All right. So Cyprus, this Cyprus company, which was what, Cone or Glendor?
I can't remember the names of the Cyprus companies.
Okay, was holding Saturn.
A Cyprus company was a shareholder in Saturn.
Right, and the funds for Saturn's investment came indirectly from the Hermitage Fund.
Correct.
Saturn didn't create any funds of its own,
It did through the appreciation of shares.
but in the initial purchase of shares, it needed to get money from the Hermitage Fund.
So the Hermitage Fund funded Saturn investments.
Right. And then Saturn purchased stock, or Hermitage Fund purchased stock and transferred it to Saturn.
Saturn purchased stock.
All right, and held it, and if there was an appreciation, it would go to the benefit of Saturn.
Yeah,
Fine. And then the taxes due on that were paid by Saturn,
correct.
and you were the general director,
In 2001,
and you had to sign the tax returns.
I did.
Fine. And the tax regimes that were set up in Kalmykia required the hiring of basically Afghan war veterans who had disabilities, right?
No.
What did it require?
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, what were the tax regimes you were relying upon?
There were two tax incentives in Kalmykia, or there were two tax incentives that we relied on, or the Hermitage Fund relied on. The first was the Kalmykian tax regime, which allowed the companies to pay lesser tax than in other regions, and the handicapped tax benefit, which allowed a reduction in the federal tax rate.
In other words, one was that a majority of your employees in Kalmykia had to be physically challenged persons.
The handicapped tax regime required that more than 50% of the employees qualify under certain rules of definition of handicapped individuals.
Right. And the other tax regime was that Saturn had to invest in the Kalmykian region, correct?
No,
What was the other tax regime?
that you had to be registered, you had to subscribe for a public offering, and then you had to make a regular payment to the Kalmykian authorities.
For the purpose of investing in the region.
No,
You just made a regular payment.
you make a regular payment on an annual basis, or
For
could
what
have been a
purpose?
quarterly basis. I don't remember.
For what basis? For what purpose?
To maintain your tax status.
So you represented on the Saturn tax returns that a majority of your Kalmykian employees were physically challenged persons,
Objection to form.
correct?
Is that an exhibit, or you're asking just to recall?
I'm just asking to recall.
Yes.
To recall.
Good recall.
Good. And you listed those people as expert analyst division, working in the expert analyst division. Do you remember that?
No,
What did you list them as?
I didn't list them as anything.
Well, who did the listing then?
We contracted out the management of these companies to Firestone Duncan, an American law and accounting firm.
And you gave a power of attorney to Sergei Magnitsky to file the tax returns, right?
No,
Who did you give a power of attorney to?
Firestone, I don't know who I gave it to, but Sergei Magnitsky wasn't working on this at that time.
I see. He was working at Firestone Duncan, right?
He was, but not on this situation until 2002.
I see. So in 2001, he wasn't working on it, but in 2002 he was.
Yeah,
And he was the one who filed the tax returns?
no,
Who filed their tax returns?
some other employees of Firestone Duncan.
When you say he was working on it, what was he doing?
When there was a challenge in the court over the tax payments, and so he represented us in court.
And he never had a power of attorney from you to do the tax returns?
Not in 2001. Not
How
that I'm
about
aware
in
of.
2002?
I don't think so, but I don't know.
2003?
I don't know.
How about in 1999?
I don't know.
Who came up with the idea that you could use this tax regime?
This was a common market practice. There was more than 15,000 companies registered in Kalmykia doing this, and this was, we were advised by Arthur Andersen, Firestone Duncan, Ernst & Young, and various other firms that this was a proper way of organizing our affairs.
But the courts in Kalmykia didn't agree with you, correct?
Objection to form.
They did and they didn't.
So let's have tab 59. All right, I'm marking as Browder Exhibit 3, a decision number 205, February 26, 2003, case number A22-1022/02/6/105. I'm handing you the English, and I think the Russian is attached on the back. So, have you seen this decision before?
No.
Are you informed of it?
No.
You see that on the second page, it says that in the middle that it names 3 employees were engaged for the position of expert analyst division. Did you see that?
Where's that?
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 lines down.
Yes, I see that.
You didn't use them as expert analysts, did you?
I wasn't managing the employees.
Who was managing the employees?
Firestone Duncan.
And who at Firestone Duncan was managing the employees?
I don't know.
You have no idea who was, you were the general director and you have no idea who was managing these employees?
That's correct.
And it wasn't Mr. Magnitsky?
It wasn't Mr. Magnitsky.
I see. And it said that if you go further down, that these 3 employees were disabled. They were working at other locations as physical laborers. You see that?
Where does it say that?
If you go down to in such circumstance, last full paragraph, I think.
Last
The
paragraph.
arbitration court finds that all economic activities of OOO, which is referring to Saturn, was carried out at its actual address, and the above specified persons, and it names 4 of them, bearing in mind their education and qualification.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time finding where you started. Could you
Yeah.
just point it out to me on this document?
Right here.
Okay. Okay.
Bakayev has no education or qualifications. Bayatkov is a worker. Batkiev is a machine engineer, had nothing to do with Saturn, and were only used by the claimant to get the income tax relief. Do you see that?
Yep.
And that's what the court found, right?
Yep.
And then, if you go to the last page, it's decided that there's additional tax due. Taxing authority had fined the company basically 903,000 rubles. There were arrears of 4.6 million rubles. There was penalty interest of 487,000 rubles, and additional payment of 252,000 rubles. And in the end, the court wiped out the fine and the additional payment, but said the arrears and penalty interest were due. Do you see that in the last paragraph?
Yep.
All right. Did you pay the taxes that were due?
I believe, and I this is long time ago, that there was an appeal.
All right. Let's go to the appeal. Let's see. 4. Okay. All right, I'm marking as Exhibit 4 a decision May 5th, 2003 of the Arbitration Court of the Republic of Kalmykia. Have you ever seen this before?
Nope.
You were informed of the result?
Nope.
Well, if you look to the end, the result is that the decision of the prior court of decision of February 26, 2003 was upheld. You see that?
Yep.
Did you pay this?
Objection to
Saturn
form.
pay this?
Not that I'm aware of.
You don't think these judges, there were 3 judges here, you don't think they were corrupt, do you?
I don't know anything about these judges.
You don't have any information that suggests they were politically motivated, do you?
I don't know anything about these judges.
Isn't it true you bankrupted Saturn rather than pay the taxes?
Objection to form.
No.
Saturn was put into bankruptcy, wasn't it?
Not that I'm aware of.
These taxes paid?
There was an audit done by the Federal Tax Service in 2003, which gave Saturn a clean audit.
On May 5th, 2003, the Arbitration Court of Kalmykia said there were additional taxes due. Does that
Yeah.
override an audit?
Yep.
That's your view?
Yep.
Okay, let's look at the other company that you created in Kalmykia. By the way, did Saturn have income? Must have had income if it had taxes due.
I would imagine so.
The income removed from Russia?
I don't know. I would imagine so.
What do you have to do? What did you have to do, or what did Saturn have to do to remove its income from Russia?
I don't know.
Have to make representations to the taxing authority?
I don't know.
They'd have to make representations to the central bank?
I don't know.
By the way, the audit that you referred to, the federal audit 2003 of Saturn, you have a copy of that?
Not with me.
But you should have produced it to us as part of the subpoena?
Objection to form.
You didn't produce it to us as part of the subpoena. Will you produce it to us?
Objection to form.
If it's part of the subpoena and I'm obliged to, then of course.
Then we can invite you back to ask you questions about it, because it should have been produced before today.
Objection to form. Actually, I'm not sure what I'm objecting to. There's another question.
You're objecting to the fact that we're inviting him back. I'm sure. But we are. So, you set up another company, Dalnaya Step, D-A-L-N-A-Y-A Step, correct?
No.
Who set it up?
Hermitage Fund.
And that was through a Cyprus company?
Correct.
So the Cyprus company owned Dalnaya Step, correct?
It owned some share of capital in Dalnaya Step.
And what was the business of Dalnaya Step?
Investments.
Again, from Hermitage funds. The funds to buy the investments came from the Hermitage Fund, directly or indirectly.
Indirectly.
And Dalnaya Step purchased Russian stock, basically, right?
Yes.
And then when there was income, there were taxes due, correct?
Correct.
And you were the general director of Dalnaya Step?
In 2001.
Let's look at 121. And Mr. Ivan Chekasov, I didn't pronounce that correctly. How do you pronounce his name?
That's how you pronounced it correctly.
Oh, okay. He was the general director also at a certain period of time?
I'm not sure.
I'm marking as Exhibit 5 a Spark report for Danaya Step LLC. All right, so I refresh your recollection, you were the general director in 2002,
Yep.
and Mr. Chekasov was in 2004.
Just stop for a moment. We don't have a copy yet. Sorry. Thank you.
Is that true?
Is this, I don't know. I mean, I've
You don't know what that
I don't know what a
means?
Spark report is, but I was general director. If I, without confirmation from Ivan, could be not.
All right, and as general director, you had personal responsibility for the tax returns, correct?
That is correct.
All right, let me go back to Saturn a minute, because the court found that the employees who were listed as those with handicaps, in fact, did not work for the company or were not capable of doing the work that the tax returns said they were capable of doing. You remember that quote I gave you?
Yeah.
So who signed the tax returns that made those representations?
I did.
And those were incorrect representations, according
Yeah.
to the court.
No, but as I mentioned before, the ultimate decision was with the tax authorities who gave a clean audit.
That tax court found there were incorrect representations on those tax returns, weren't there?
And then in the subsequent plaintiff, the tax authorities did an audit and found everything to be correct.
So you say, but you haven't given it to us. But according to the court, there were incorrect representations. That's right, and that's where we leave it in terms of the documents we have here today, right?
Well, I'm sorry, what's the question?
The question is that the court found there were improper representations about the employees of Saturn on the tax returns.
Right, you showed me those documents.
Yes. And do you have any information that would suggest those employees were capable of being analysts for Saturn?
I have an audit from the tax authorities of Kalmykia giving a clean audit, giving a clean bill of health to both companies in late 2003.
After the court decided otherwise?
That's correct.
All right. And you're going to produce that to us?
Sure.
Section 4.
Okay. So let's go to Danaya Step. There's a decision, December 9, 2005, which I've marked as what, Exhibit 4? 5? No, that's...
6.
Have I marked it yet? Oh, I haven't marked it yet. Let's give you that. Have you seen this decision before? It's December 9, 2005, Arbitration Court of the Republic of Kalmykia, and it's case number A22-1398-05-13-172. I'm sure you can read this stuff later.
What's the question?
Have you seen this before?
No.
Were you informed of it?
No.
So this is the first time you're aware that the Arbitration Court of Kalmykia found unpaid taxes in the amount of 551 million rubles.
What's the question?
Is this the first time that you've learned that the Kalmykian Arbitration Court found unpaid taxes for Dahlia Steppe of 551 million rubles?
Yes.
That's almost, what, $20 million?
I don't have my calculator. Sounds.
Take my word for it. I checked the exchange rate and used my calculator. It's 19 million and something. All right, and isn't it true that after this decision, Hermitage bankrupted Dahlia Steppe?
No.
Okay, let's look at tab 63. Have you ever seen this opinion before? This is Arbitration Court of the Republic of Kalmykia, June 9, 2007. It's entitled Judgment, Case Number A 22-941-06-15-133. It is a bankruptcy judgment for Dahlia Steppe. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, where are you reading from?
I'm just reading from the title. It's a
Yep.
decree in bankruptcy proceedings. Says at the end, ordered in the judge, Dahlia Steppe shall be considered an absent debtor. The absent debtor, Dahlia Steppe, shall be declared insolvent. It's a trustee appointed. The information's to be published. The Federal Tax Service shall be compensated for, shall compensate the trustee. You see that? 3 judges.
Where's that?
The last 2 pages.
Yep.
All right? So Dahlia Steppe is put into bankruptcy. Judgment is entered. You see that? That's news to you?
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yep.
All right. Did you know that the tax authority was the only creditor of Dahlia Steppe?
I wasn't aware of this judgment, so I didn't know that.
And you were, how did this, let me ask you another question. You aware of an appeal of this judgment?
No.
Well, let's show you that. Tab 64. All right, I put in front of you Exhibit 8, which is a decree, October 22nd, 2007. Same case number for Dia Step. The report of the bankruptcy trustee is affirmed. Bankruptcy proceeding against absent debtor Dia Step shall be concluded. It goes on to describe various steps there. But on the first page, last two sentences, the court found that the UFNS of Russia for the Republic of Kalmykia was the only creditor. Do you see that?
I do.
So in other words, there are taxes due. Is that the way you would understand that?
Yep.
And you were totally unaware of these events. You weren't aware of this decree, aware of the appeal, aware of the fact that Dia Step was placed in bankruptcy and that taxes were owed.
Totally unaware.
How would that happen within Hermitage?
Objection to form.
I don't understand your question.
How could it happen that one of your companies is placed in bankruptcy and has taxes due and you don't even know about it?
Objection to form.
This wasn't one of our companies at that point.
Whose company was it?
We had transferred this company to be liquidated in 2004.
Without paying the taxes, apparently.
No, we paid the taxes and had it confirmed
Confirmed by what?
by the person we transferred the companies to.
Who did you transfer the companies to?
We transferred it to a firm called VMRG,
What's VMRG?
Visao Risk Management Group.
Lizao, how do you spell that?
VISAO.
And who runs that group?
It's run by a man named Jakir Shashua.
Where is he?
I don't know.
Well, where's his company located?
Moscow.
And how did you transfer the companies?
We re-registered his corporate name or his personal name or something.
Was there compensation paid?
I don't know the details. It wasn't my responsibility.
Whose responsibility was it?
The manager of the fund, HSBC.
HSBC Guernsey.
Yep.
And it was transferred, you said, to be liquidated?
Correct.
And I think I asked you, was there compensation paid?
I don't know the details.
In any case, you know a man named Ariel Busaka?
No.
Busada?
No.
Isn't that a name you use in Red Notice?
Yep.
So you know who that is.
Yeah.
So who is it?
That's Yakir Shashua.
How do you spell his name, Joshua?
I don't know.
So as of October of 2007, there are taxes due. Just a second. When did you make the transfer?
Objection to form.
I didn't make any transfer.
To Mr. Shashua.
I didn't make any transfer.
When did Hermitage transfer Dia Step to Mr. Shashua?
Sometime in 2004.
Okay. In 2000, thereafter, Do you know whether Diastep had any business?
I don't know.
Why do you use a pseudonym for Mr. Sashua in your book?
I used pseudonyms for a lot of people.
Why did you use a pseudonym for him?
I don't recall.
Is he in danger in some way?
I don't know.
Do you know what for what tax years this $20 million is due?
No.
Do you know whether it's when you held the company?
I'm sorry?
Do you know whether it was due for time periods when you owned or Hermitage Fund owned the company?
I don't know.
Well, if you look at the decision in number 6,
Exhibit 6?
yes, Exhibit 6,
Yeah.
says that as of May 3rd, 2005, it was suggested that Diastep voluntarily pay the taxes sanctioned in the amount of 91 million rubles. So that would have been for a prior tax year, wouldn't it?
I'm not an accountant, I don't know.
Well, you don't have a decision in 2005 for the tax year 2005, do you? You have to file the tax for 2005 at the end of 2005. So we're talking about prior tax years when Hermitage Fund owned this company.
Objection to
There were
form.
taxes found to be due by this court. And that's news to you.
Yes.
And the company ultimately is bankrupt without paying the taxes. That's what happened, isn't it?
I don't know.
So at the time that the search warrant was executed in June of 2007, the situation was that courts had found that you had taken advantage of the tax regime in Kalmykia. You had taxes due. They were unpaid. The company was bankrupt. You say that's not a grounds to conduct an investigation?
Objection.
So you're break it down into smaller pieces because I don't know what you're trying to say here.
What I'm trying to say is, you've said that the investigative authorities had absolutely no basis for conducting an investigation of Hermitage Fund in 2007.
Objection to form.
And what these decisions show is there were false statements on tax returns, there were taxes due, they went unpaid, and the company was placed in bankruptcy.
Objection to form and the characterization of the document.
Wouldn't you agree that that would be a basis for the investigative authorities to investigate whether there had been any wrongdoing?
In 2006, after I was expelled from the country, we wrote to the Interior Ministry and Federal Border Service of Russia to inquire about whether there was any criminal investigations open into me in relation to any activities in the Federation of Russia, in order to determine whether my expulsion from Russia was due to any criminal investigations. And we were informed that there were no criminal investigations inside the Russian Federation
At that time?
in 2006.
And
We-
you're sure they would have told you?
Yep.
You have that letter?
I have that letter.
You haven't given us that letter. I'll tell you, you haven't given us that letter. So we have to take your word for it. Is that the idea?
Well, in due course, I'm sure that when we get to producing, I think we've produced about 500,000 documents for you so far, so I can't tell you what we have and haven't produced yet.
So, if the facts are as the way I described them, would you dispute that the Ministry of Interior had grounds to investigate Hermitage Fund for tax evasion?
Yes, because the facts how you've presented them aren't correct. There was no investigation open into me in 2006, and subsequent to that, and we've learned this recently, that that the investigation, there had been an investigation in 2004 that was closed that had looked into Del Nye Step and had been closed due to lack of crime. So,
You have that document?
yep,
You going to give us that document?
of course.
By the way, Saturn became Parfenian?
I don't know.
Let's take about a 15-minute break.
Sure.
Time is 11:10 a.m. We are coming up. Time is 11:24 a.m. We are back on the record.
Okay. So, Mr. Browder, the investigation that led to the search in 2007 started before 2007, didn't it?
Not that I'm aware of.
You weren't aware there was an investigation of Hermitage for tax fraud in 2004 and 2005?
I became aware of that recently.
You weren't aware of it at the time.
No.
But, so the Ministry of Interior was investigating Hermitage for tax fraud from 2004 and finally searched its offices with a search warrant in 2007, correct?
No.
What happened?
The Interior Ministry was investigating Hermitage in 2004, closed the case in 2005.
Who told you that?
I got information in 2000, some recent year.
From whom?
I can't remember where it came from.
So, just this amorphous information that it was closed.
Yes.
But you don't know whether it's true or not, it's just what somebody told you.
No, I'm pretty sure it's true.
Was it a person in a position to know?
Can't remember.
So we have this anonymous person who says the investigation was closed, but then there's a search warrant in 2007, and that we know. So we know that there was an investigation in 2004 and 2005, and a search warrant in 2000, search warrant executed in 2007, and then we have this amorphous, but I was told it was closed. That's all we know right now. Is that right?
Objection to form.
No.
What more do we know?
We know that it was closed in 2005.
From this source, unidentified source says it was closed in 2005.
Yeah.
No documents.
There might be.
But you don't have any.
I don't remember.
Okay. Is Mr. Sashua, who bought Daphne Step?
Yeah. No, his firm did, I think.
All right.
Maybe
Well,
him. I don't remember.
Could you speak up a little?
I don't know exactly who bought it. I think it was him or his firm.
All right. And when did you first meet him?
1998.
And did you do business with him in any other ways?
He provided security for Republic National Bank, who was the business partner of my investment advisory firm.
Mr. Safra. So that you met him through Mr. Safra?
Correct.
Edmund Safra?
Correct.
Okay. So he provided security services, you said?
Security and risk management services,
All right.
and various legal services as well.
And you knew him from 2000, from 1998 until when?
I guess still after I was kicked out of Russia in 2005.
You lost touch with him?
Yeah, now I have.
When did you lose touch with him?
I don't remember.
And so, did he do any due diligence to buy Diastep?
I wasn't involved in the situation.
Sale of a company would generally generate a tax liability, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Do you know whether that tax liability was ever paid?
He confirmed it was.
Who confirmed it was?
Shashua.
In writing?
I think so.
You've seen the writing?
I've not personally, but I'm sure someone on my team has.
You have the writing?
I would assume so. I don't know.
All right. Well, we'd like that writing also. So in 2005, you were quite a supporter of Vladimir Putin's, right?
Correct.
And so at the time the investigation began, it wasn't politically motivated because you were a big supporter of the government at that point.
Objection to form.
Isn't that true?
No.
2004, you weren't a big supporter of the government?
In 2004, I was a big supporter of the government.
And the investigation started at that time?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't say the investigation started for political reasons, right?
I would say it did.
In 2004,
Yeah.
even though you were a big supporter of the government.
Yeah.
What were the political reasons in 2004?
We were big critics of corruption at Gazprom, one of the most important government-connected companies in the country.
And they were criticizing, the government was criticizing you for buying internal shares of Gazprom when you were a foreign company, right?
No.
That never happened?
They did, but not then.
I see. When did that happen?
It happened in 2013.
All right. Well, we'll get back into that. So let me see. Tab 61. I'm going to mark as Exhibit 9 a PowerPoint, 7 Big Myths About Russia. Do you recognize this document? Just for the record, it says by William Browder, Chief Executive Officer, Hermitage Capital Management, April of 2005. Okay, so do you recognize that document?
I do,
You put it together, right?
yes.
And I don't want to go through all of it, but basically the theme here is that Mr. Putin's critics are wrong about it, right?
I think no.
Okay, you describe it. What's the theme?
The theme is that the Russian market is overly discounting the negative sentiment about Putin.
Okay. So that the market itself is more valuable because Putin's doing a good job.
No.
All right. Explain it to me then. Why is the market discounting,
The market,
overly discounting?
the market is overly discounting, as you just said, the Russian stocks because they're too pessimistic about Putin's governance of Russia.
I see. And so people ought to invest in Russia. That's kind of the point of this, right?
The point of this is that the market prices should be higher.
I see. So that your stocks will be worth more. Stocks that Hermitage Fund own will be worth more.
Yeah,
And you'll make more money.
correct.
Okay. Did you know Mr. Kasyanov?
Vaguely. He was the Prime Minister of Russia.
Right. Did you have personal contact with him?
Recently I have,
When was that?
3 months ago,
Where was that?
in London.
And what was the occasion?
It was the 5th anniversary of Sergei Magnitsky's death.
And there was an event,
Yes,
and he was there,
yes.
and you and he spoke?
We spoke on the same panel, and and he joined for dinner afterwards.
You had dinner with him?
I had dinner with him and 30 people.
Did you speak to him directly?
Yeah.
What did you talk about?
We talked about the Putin regime, talked about Ukraine, talked about Sergei Magnitsky.
And did you and he agree on these subjects?
Yeah.
You did. Did you know him back when he was Prime Minister?
No.
Never met him?
I think I shook his hand once.
Did you meet Vladimir Putin at any point in time?
Never.
Now, when were you denied entry into Russia?
November 13th, 2005.
What's that? Yes, yes. All right, and when were you convicted?
Sometime in July 2013.
How about July 11, 2011? No? Is there an appeal you're referring to? All right, let me pull it out. You're right, 13. So this is an English translation along with the Russian in the back. Judgment in the name of the Russian Federation. And if you go to the end of it, it convicts you of tax evasion, correct?
Yes.
And you have said many times that Mr. Magnitsky was convicted posthumously. You've said that?
Yes.
And on the first page, it appears that it's dismissed against Mr. Magnitsky, correct?
No.
Under paragraph 4 of Article 24 of the Code of Criminal Procedure of the Russian Federation. Do you see that?
Yes.
So he wasn't convicted posthumously, right? You were wrong about that.
No, I don't read it as such.
I see. Well, let's look at the sentenced, which is 28 of 30.
Where is that?
Page 28 of 30, if you look at the top, there are page numbers on the top. I'd give you a Bates number, but mine's not Bates number. Just look at the top of the page there. All right. And it says sentenced. So on Bates number 1434, sentence only refers to you, correct?
I see my name here.
William Felix Browder found guilty of committed 2 crimes, and then it goes on, right?
Correct.
And there's nothing about Mr. Magnitsky being convicted of anything, correct?
I'm not a Russian criminal lawyer, so I couldn't make a judgment about this conviction.
Well, it appears from these 2 entries that you were wrong, that he was never convicted posthumously, right?
No.
You're sticking to your position even though the document says otherwise,
Yeah,
because you're not a Russian lawyer.
that's correct.
All right. But you have Russian lawyers working for you, right?
I do.
And they've reviewed this conviction, and they've said there's somewhere, someplace in this conviction that it refers to Mr. Magnitsky as being convicted of something.
Objection. I think communications with his lawyers are topics that we should
All right.
not answer.
So do you have any basis for saying that Mr. Magnitsky is convicted of anything?
Yeah,
What's that?
advice from my lawyers.
Okay. I'm sorry, you know, he just claimed privilege for you. I'm reading the document. It says the case is dismissed. The individual decision to dismiss the crime case on the basis of paragraph 4, article 24. You see that? So that's at the beginning. And at the end, sentenced, only William Felix Browder. You're sticking by your position no matter what, right?
That's your
Objection to the form.
My analysis is different than yours.
You have anything in the document that you can point me to that suggests he's convicted?
I'm not a lawyer.
Well, you read English, right?
I do read English, but I am not a specialist on Russian law and Russian criminal procedure.
So based upon what you've read here, you might question what your lawyers told you then?
Without a full analysis, I wouldn't be able to make a judgment on this document.
I see. But you would agree this is the conviction. This is your conviction.
Apparently so.
Right. And it says what it says, so we'll let the judge or jury decide whether Mr. Magnitsky was ever convicted of anything, all right?
I'm sorry?
We'll allow the judge and jury to decide whether Mr. Magnitsky was convicted of anything or whether you got it wrong.
Objection to the form.
So is it a
Perhaps
Russian?
perhaps you got it wrong. Do you consider that?
I don't think I got it wrong.
Do you think you ever get anything wrong?
I get lots of things wrong.
Okay, good. Seems like you might have gotten this wrong. When you told people Mr. Magnitsky's a lawyer, did you also tell them he never went to law school and never had a law license?
I'm sorry,
When you tell, how many times have you said Mr. Magnitsky's a lawyer?
I don't know.
50, 100, 200?
I don't know.
Many, many times, right?
Yep.
Have you ever told anybody that he didn't go to law school and didn't have a law degree?
No.
Did you tell him that he was working for you for many years and he was working in capacities other than legal?
Yep.
Did you tell these gentlemen over here that?
Yep.
It's pointing to Mr. Monteleone. All right, let's go to the complaint.
Which one? Our complaint to the government, or the government's complaint?
The government's complaint, which I think was Exhibit 2, right?
Yeah.
All right, take a look at paragraph 25. So I'll read it. Paragraph 25, Exhibit 2, the complaint. Among the items seized in the search of Hermitage and Firestone Duncan's offices were the corporate stamps, the official charters, the original tax certificates, and the original registration certificates, which are defined there as corporate documents and seals, for Ryland, Parfinian, and Mahone. You see that?
Yes.
And then paragraph 26 says, unbeknownst to Hermitage or HSBC Guernsey, members of the organization used the seized corporate documents and seals to fraudulently re-register ownership of Ryland, Parfinian, and Mahone with the Russian corporate registry, right? Did I read that right?
Yep.
And then on paragraph 29, it says, on information and belief, the members of the organization who had stolen the corporate identities of Hermitage companies used the seized corporate documents and seals to forge backdated contracts with sham commercial counterparts for use in sham lawsuits against the Hermitage companies, right?
Yep.
So in other words, this is what you told the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
Yep.
And as you describe it, then through the raid, the Ministry of Interior got the seals, correct?
Yep.
The June 2007 raid, the Ministry of Interior got the seals.
Yeah.
And then those seals were the same seals used to transfer the three Hermitage companies, Parfinian, Ryland, and Mahone, right?
No. If you go back to the what you read, let's just read it again. 25. Among the items seized in the search for Hermitage and Firestone's offices were the corporate stamps, the original charters, the original tax certificates, the original registration certificates, quote, corporate documents and seals for Ryland, Parfinian, and Machion. That's what I said.
Right.
And those documents, all those documents, some or all of those documents were used in the fraud.
And one of the things that you've said is the seals were used in the fraud, right?
Yeah.
The seals that were seized by the Ministry of Interior were used in the fraud. You've said it repeatedly, right?
I've said stamps, seals, and certificates were used in the frauds.
But you said the seals were used in the fraud, correct?
Correct.
But you've known for many years that there is an analysis that shows the same seals were not used in the fraud. Isn't that true?
No.
You're not aware of that?
No.
Never heard that?
Vaguely, I've heard the criminals using that argument.
Really? What criminals
Members of the Interior Ministry.
have used that argument?
Yeah.
And Mr. Kleiner never informed you that there was a forensic analysis that showed the same seals were not used?
No.
I need to talk to you outside.
Right now?
We
or
need
during
a,
break?
yeah, right now.
Okay.
Time is 11:47 a.m. We are off the record.
Do you gentlemen have cards by any chance?
You know what? I've got them here. You guys don't need the video, right? Okay. So you can have these.
Do you have any other cards? Who else do you have?
Mr. Kim.
Okay, I have Mr. Kim.
That's it.
Do you have cards by any chance?
I don't have mine with me, but I can grab one for you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Can I just, so I'm not super familiar with this one. I think each of these type of things, did I mess it up?
No, it's fine.
Okay, alright, so I get the exhibits and just scanned, or, I mean, like,
Right, scanned and linked.
okay, great. And the transcript next day, do you need anything else?
Do you need
Oh,
anything tonight? No, no,
yeah, but
It's two
next day is fine.
it's two separate, so it's this one and that one.
Oh, what's O and 2?
Right.
Oh, I see. What does O and 2 mean?
That's the transcript.
Okay, alright, now to.
Right, you're getting the original, not the copy.
Oh, okay, alright, fine. Why can't I do this next day?
Just because that's what they already had ordered. I don't know who put it through.
Okay.
I mean, if you want the next day.
Yeah, I just want the next day, sorry. This is just for my copy.
Okay, and do you need a rough also? You would
No,
get the.
don't need the rough. Next
you would
day's
get the
fine.
copy.
Yeah. Okay, right, yeah. Okay, so did I'm sorry if I totally messed up your form.
It's fine.
Are you all ready?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, stand by, please. Time is 11:53 a.m. We are back on the record.
All right, Mr. Browder, let me first ask you that Mr. Kleiner never told you that he was aware of a forensic analysis showing that the same seals were not used.
Correct.
Is that your testimony?
Correct.
All right, I have materials that are under seal that I want to examine you about that I can't, and I'm going to seek to have the court unseal those, and I'll proceed with my examination at this point.
Okay, when, at least our position is that the witness has already testified to what he knows, and so such documents would not be relevant. And if you want to ask other questions about the witness's knowledge, you're welcome to.
Well, they may refresh his recollection or other things. In any case, we'll argue about it when the witness is not here and we're not wasting his time.
Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Browder, it is the seals in these other corporate documents, according to this complaint, that ties the Ministry of Interior into the scheme to defraud. Isn't that true?
Correct.
Objection to form.
And it's the only thing that ties the Ministry of Interior into the scheme to steal $230 million.
Objection to form.
Incorrect.
What else is there?
Many other things that are listed in the complaint.
Well, show me something, because it's the only thing I can find.
Okay. Why don't we look? First of all, I'm not a lawyer here, but let me try to make
Well,
the government's
it's your story.
No, it's the government's story.
Oh, it's the government's story and you don't support it.
No, the government is making the case.
I know, but the government...
I'm just here to let me.
No, let's stick with that point for a minute, Mr. Browder. This is the government's case, and I thought you told me that you read this and everything that you knew about was accurate.
I told you that everything that I was familiar with in this complaint was accurate.
And the $230 million theft from the Russian treasury, that's a story that came from you, and you've told to several law enforcement agencies, correct?
Objection to form.
And you started a proceeding in Switzerland based upon that story, right?
Objection to form.
Correct.
And the seals were part of your story from the very beginning, right?
The stamps, seals,
And other
certificates,
other
and
documents.
original items of incorporation, and also other documents seized during the raid were part of the fraud. I don't know exactly how the tactics were used to execute the fraud, but I know many of these documents were used in the fraud.
All right, and you're saying they're the same documents, and that's what ties the criminal investigation of you into the $230 million fraud, correct?
Yes.
And so if it wasn't the same documents, then the criminal investigation of you is not tied into the $230 million fraud, correct?
Objection to form.
I don't understand the question.
Very simple. What ties the two events together, the $230 million fraud and the criminal investigation of you, are these corporate documents and seals that are alleged here to be the same, used, taken from Hermitage in the search, and used in the $230 million fraud, correct?
Objection to form.
I'm still having a hard time following you.
I just read you 3 paragraphs
Right.
that say the corporate documents and seals were seized by the Ministry of Interior in the search in June of 2007, and then those same documents and seals were used to commit the $230 million fraud. Right? We
Yeah.
just went through that.
Yeah.
Okay? And that is the link between the Ministry of Interior and the investigation of you and the $230 million fraud. If the $230 million fraud were done with other documents, there is no tie between the $230 million fraud and the criminal investigation of you. Isn't that correct?
Objection
No.
to form.
No.
Why not?
And you're mischaracterizing the whole, you're simplifying and mischaracterizing the whole story.
Well, I'm just going on the facts in the complaint. The facts in the complaint are as we read them.
You read them selectively without reading other
I don't think
facts.
there's a question pending. I'm starting to watch a debate, so maybe you could ask the question.
Is there any other tie, other than those documents, between the $230 million fraud and the Ministry of Interior?
Yes. Give me a moment to find the relevant
Go ahead.
paragraphs. Paragraph 22. On information and belief, should I read it out loud? Or would you
Go
like
ahead.
to read it? The $230 million fraud scheme began on or about 28th April 2007, when key members of the organization flew to Larnaca, Cyprus, to plan the crime. On that date, Artem Kuznetsov, who was one of the Interior Ministry officers who was investigating us, then a lieutenant colonel in the Russian Interior Ministry, flew with Dmitry Kluyev, a convicted fraudster, the owner of Universal Savings Bank, and on information and belief, the mastermind of the organization, from Moscow to Larnaca on a private jet. On information and belief, they were met in Larnaca 2 days later by Pavel Karpov, then a major in Russia's Interior Ministry, as well as 2 lawyers, Andrei Pavlov and his wife Yulia Mayorova, all of whom flew together from Moscow on Aeroflot Su-487. Pavlov had known Kluyev since 2001 and provided him with legal services from time to time. On May 5th and May 6, 2007, Interior Ministry officers Kuznetsov and Karpov and the lawyers Pavlov and Mayorova returned to Moscow. On May 8th, 2007, the convicted fraudster Kluyev was met in Larnaca by Olga Stepanova, the head of Moscow Tax Office number 28, and her then husband Vladlen Stepanov, who flew to Larnaca together on Aeroflot Su-237. Subsequently, Kluyev, Stepanova, and Stepanov returned to Moscow. Approximately 1 month later, on or about June 4th, Kuznetsov led approximately 25 officers in a search of Hermitage's office in Moscow. The officers removed Hermitage's computer server, virtually all of its computers, and dozens of boxes of confidential documents and records. Later that day, Kuznetsov joined approximately 25 officers in a search of the offices of Firestone Duncan, a law firm that advises Hermitage, HSBC, Guernsey, and Hermitage. Let me skip to other relevant parts of this whole thing. Paragraph 31. The forged contracts contained multiple suspicious features. The contracts between Logos Plus and the Hermitage companies purported to require Logos Plus, a company with a total capital at the time of US $300, to pay Hermitage companies approximately US $500 million to buy securities. Additionally, the forged contracts included extensive confidential information about the Hermitage companies, including bank account information, information on assets and holdings, custodian banks, and addresses of registration and incorporation of the Hermitage companies. Such information was confidential, but was contained in the records that had been seized from the Hermitage and Firestone Duncan on or about June 4, 2007. Moreover, although referencing confidential information, the contracts contained various mistakes and inaccuracies, including referencing bank accounts that had not been opened and using addresses that were incorrect at the relevant time. I could study this more carefully to find other links.
All right, well, let's go with what you said. So first of all, the investigation of you started in 2004, not in 2007, right?
The investigation started in 2004 and closed in 2005.
According to some anonymous, unnamed person, right?
Wrong, according to my knowledge.
And your knowledge comes from an anonymous, unnamed person who you won't tell us who it is because you can't remember, right? That's what you told us before, right?
I don't recall who told me that.
So it's an anonymous, unnamed person who told you it was closed in 2005, can't be checked, can't be proven, right?
Objection to form.
Investigation started in 2004. You've acknowledged that. So let's go to Mr. Kuznetsov and Mr. Pavlov. They are investigators in the Ministry of Interior, correct?
Incorrect.
What are they?
Kuznetsov is. Pavlov is a criminal.
I'm sorry, Karpov. I misspoke. Pavlov is a lawyer, right?
He was a member of the criminal enterprise.
Exactly, I misspoke. Mr. Karpov, they're both investigators, right?
One of them is a field operative, the other one is a investigator.
Right. And as you've told us, there are a lot of Cyprus corporations, right? That for people investing in Russia,
Correct.
they have good reason to be in Cyprus, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So that was a yes?
Yes.
All right. So what witness is going to testify to the fact that Mr. Kuznetsov went to Cyprus with Mr. Kluyev?
What witness is going to testify?
Yes. What witness?
I'm not sure.
All right. So how do you know Mr. Kuznetsov went with Mr. Kluyev?
I've seen copies of travel records where they were on the same flight.
And where did you get those travel records?
We got them from an anonymous source in Moscow.
And who's your anonymous source?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
It's not. You're not going to tell us. You don't know.
I don't
There's
know.
another mysterious, unnamed person, right? Another mysterious, unnamed person gives you some documents.
I would describe this person as a whistleblower who gave us documents.
I see. But that's just a label. We don't know the name. We don't know the address. We don't know who it is, and we don't know where he got documents, and we don't know whether the documents are real, right?
I don't.
Any of that.
I don't know.
But you relied upon it.
My team did.
And you ultimately went to the U.S. Attorney's Office and said, this happened,
Objection to form.
right?
I provided this complaint to the U.S. Attorney's Office.
With this information, where you don't know the name of the person who gave you the information, you don't know where he got the information, you don't know whether it's real, and you don't know whether then these events actually happened, right?
Objection to form.
I trusted my team who did the analysis of the information and concluded that it was credible.
And do you know how they concluded it was credible?
No.
So, what we have is a story about people going to Cyprus, where Interior Ministry officers would logically go to conduct an investigation. Different kinds of investigations, correct?
No.
Why not?
We have an Interior Ministry officer going to Cyprus on the private jet of a convicted fraudster who he was involved in convicting, or who he was investigating. No, he was involved in convicting in a previous criminal case.
Ah, but that connection comes from an anonymous source, from documents that you don't know what they are, you don't know whether they're real, and you don't know whether somebody was setting you up, right?
Objection to form.
I trusted my team to verify the credibility of those documents.
And you haven't given us those documents, right?
I think
Once
they're-
again.
Well, no, those documents I think I have. They're in the public domain. Those documents are on the Russian Untouchables website, and I think you have them.
And that's your website.
You have the documents from our website. Yeah.
Okay. So, we have then a meeting, you say, of a tax official.
Objection to form. To the you say.
I'm sorry. Correct. The complaint says that on May 8th, 2007, Mr. Kluyev met with Ms. Olga Stepanov. Over, stepping over. Now, how do you know that?
Objection to form.
How do I know that?
Yeah, how do you know that? You told the U.S. Attorney this, right?
No.
Who told the U.S. Attorney this?
We provided information about the travel records of these individuals to the U.S. Attorney.
From an anonymous source of unknown authenticity, right?
From a source that my team believed to be credible.
Mm-hmm. And you have no idea who this source was?
No.
Have you introduced this source to the U.S. Attorney's office?
I'm not aware if they have or have not.
Mm-hmm. So, what we have that we can put our hands on are the seals and the other documents that we used in the fraud.
Objection
Right.
to form.
You don't know what was said in these meetings, right?
Objection to form.
These alleged meetings.
No.
Objection to form.
You have no idea what was said in these alleged meetings.
Objection to form.
You don't know if it had to do with an investigation of Mr. Kluyev, right?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Do you know whether these alleged meetings involved an investigation of Mr. Kluyev?
I wasn't at the meetings.
You don't know from another anonymous source.
Objection to form.
There are no anonymous sources about the actual contents of the meetings.
So you don't know if it involved a $230 million fraud.
I don't know.
The only thing we know that definitely involved a $230 million fraud were the corporate documents and seals.
Objection
No.
to form.
There was also the, I just read it to you. Should I read it again?
Well, you said,
I can read it again, it's no problem. I'm happy to.
I think we all remember.
Okay.
Do you like reading it?
I don't care.
I mean, if it makes you feel better, you can read it, but I
I
don't
don't
think anybody's forgotten what you read.
Okay.
That there was some information, but it was incorrect information, right?
No,
That's what you read.
I didn't.
Said there were bank accounts that weren't opened and things like that, right?
Objection to form.
I'd be happy to read it again if you don't understand what was written there.
I understand it, believe me. By the way, how do you know they even met in Larnaca? We go back to that. How do you know Mr. Kuznetsov and Mr. Kluyev, or Mr. Pavlov and Mr. and Julia Mayarova met in Larnaca?
What we do know is that Kluyev and Kuznetsov traveled on the same flight
That's all you know,
to Larnaca,
right? All you know is these people flew on the same flight.
on the same private jet that belonged to.
No, not as to Mr. Pavlov and the others. They flew on an Aeroflot flight.
Right.
They happen to be on the same plane.
Could be.
Mark, if there's no question pending, I'd like to just take 2 minutes to advise Mr. Browder about something. There's no
Go ahead.
question pending.
Yep.
We'll be back.
Time is 12:11 p.m. We are off the record. Time is 12:13 p.m. We are back on the record.
All right, Mr. Browder, according to paragraph 22, Mr. Kuznetsov and Mr. Kluyev flew on a private jet. That's what it says, right?
Correct.
Did you ever say they traveled on an Aeroflot flight? Did you ever say they flew on an Aeroflot flight?
I don't remember.
It's possible you said that.
I don't know.
So going back to your investigation, are you saying there was no investigation of you in 2006?
We received a document from the Russian authorities saying that there are no criminal investigations in 2006.
Now let me show you testimony of Mr. Magnitsky in 2006. What number are we on? So this is a record of evidence October 18, 2006. It's an examination of Mr. Magnitsky. Is that what it appears to be?
I don't know.
I'll take your time to look at it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, but what page is on it? Okay, so let me help you. You see the top, October 18, 2006.
Mm-hmm.
You see it's as a witness, Mr. Magnitsky.
Yep.
You see on the next page, he's being asked about Saturn Investments.
Yes.
And about you and Mr. Sashua. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Same subject matter of that we went over from the Kalmykian Civil Court, right?
I'm not sure if it's the same or not.
Well, it's about Saturn, and he's asking about Mr. Sashua, and he's asking about power of attorney dated February 10, 2005, and about him being the general director of Saturn Investments at that point. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So there was an investigation in 2006 going on of the same events that we went over with the civil case, right?
I'm not sure if they're the same events.
All right. There was an investigation of how Hermitage Fund operated Saturn, and the investigation was going forth in 2006, correct?
I'm not sure if that's what this says.
What does it say in your view?
I'm not a lawyer.
Well, you can read it, though.
I'm not a Russian lawyer, and I don't know the significance of this document.
It's only 3 pages. It's in English. Investigator for particularly important cases of tax crimes investigation department. That's what it says, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's questioning Mr. Magnitsky.
Correct.
Did you know about that at the time?
No.
You had no idea about this in 2006.
No.
So maybe you were just wrong that the investigation didn't exist in 2006.
Or maybe the other information that I got is correct.
But somehow they were still examining Mr. Magnitsky in 2006? You think the two are consistent?
I don't understand the question.
They were questioning about a closed investigation.
They weren't questioning me.
As far as you know, Mr. Magnitsky was being questioned on an investigation of Saturn in 2006, right?
I don't know that.
Well, that's what this document shows you.
I don't
This
know-
is
I don't know anything
what it
about-
purports to be.
I don't know anything about the provenance of this document or the significance of this document. I have not taken any advice on what this means. So it would be inappropriate.
So you're not going to venture an opinion on it?
It would be inappropriate as a layman to venture an opinion on what this says.
And you're sticking to your view that the investigation closed in 2005, even though we have this document?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, if you look in the middle of the page, the investigator's question, where do you currently work? The post. Answer, at the moment I'm working on a labor contract at CJSC Firestone Ducting as an auditor. That's his answer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
But you still say he's a lawyer.
Yep.
Have you ever seen Mr. Magnitsky's signature?
I probably have, but I.
Yeah. Well, let me show you the last page. There are three signatures, and then one different one at the bottom. Three signatures that look like Mr. Magnitsky's signature.
I don't know.
How many times have you seen Mr. Magnitsky's signature?
0.
It says here, paragraph 25, second sentence. In denying requests from Hermitage to return the corporate documents and seals, the Russian Interior Ministry subsequently confirmed that these documents and seals, which were seized in the search led by Kuznetsov, remained in the custody of his colleague Karpov. You see that?
I do.
Isn't it true, Mr. Browder, that Mr. Karpov offered to return the documents and seals, and Mr. Kleiner and Mr. Cherneskoff told him to keep them until the end of the investigation?
I don't know.
You've never heard that?
Vaguely, but I don't know the details.
Vaguely? What have you heard vaguely?
I don't. I mean, I vaguely recall some conversation of that nature, but I don't know the details.
With whom? Mr. Kleiner?
I don't even know with whom, at what point, when.
So that somebody told you that Mr. Karpov offered to return the seals and that your colleagues turned them down.
Perhaps, but
And this is a man who you're saying used those seals to commit a massive fraud.
Objection to floor.
yeah, I'm saying that.
And
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that he used the seals, the stamps, the certificates of incorporation, and the other document, that whole paragraph that I read to you, along with a group of co-conspirators to commit the fraud.
did you tell the U.S. Attorney's Office that Mr. Karpov had offered to return the seals and other documents?
Well, since I'm not acutely aware of it, and I didn't.
Somebody told you, you've said that, somebody told you that Mr. Karpov offered to return the seals and your colleagues turned them down.
Objection.
Did you tell the U.S. Attorney's Office that Mr. Karpov had offered to return the seals?
No.
What do you got? What is this? All right, so, yeah. Okay, I'm marking as Exhibit 12 the record of evidence, June 5th, 2008, of Mr. Magnitsky. It says Bates number starts at 721. All right, I'm going to direct your attention to page 727, first of all, Mr. Browder, have you ever seen this document before?
No.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 727. That's a Bates number on the lower right-hand side. So I'm going to direct your attention specifically to what I think is the fourth paragraph. Starts in November and December 2007. It says the following. In November and December 2007, a representative of Firestone Duncan Limited, V.Y. Yellen, visited the investigator, P.A. Karpov, a few times to retrieve from Karpov documents and seals impounded during the search on the 4th of June 2007. From what V.Y. Yellen said, I'm aware that P.A. Karpov was also ready to give out documents and seals of Parfinian Limited Liability Company, Ryland Limited Liability Company, and McCone Limited Liability Company. However, V.G. Kleiner and I.S. Cherkasov requested the seals from Karpov be not retrieved unless criminal proceedings are instituted to investigate into illegal re-registration of the companies and lawsuits based on forged evidence and powers of attorney, and the documents be received solely in accordance with a detailed inventory specifying each document transferred. As a result, those seals and documents would stay with P.A. Karpov. Do you see that? It goes on.
Yeah.
Is this the first time? It's not the first time you've heard this, right? You've told us, somebody told you that.
It's the first time I've read this document.
It's not the first time you've heard that Karpov offered to return the seals and your colleagues turned them down. Right?
No. Correct.
Okay. And you never told the U.S. Attorney's Office. We've established that, right?
I've never told the U.S. Attorney's Office, correct.
What? Let me go back to a couple points we handled before. You said you worked with reporters. Did you give out information to reporters?
Could you be more specific?
Well, for instance, the information you got that the Swiss prosecutor said you could give to the United States, did you give it to reporters?
No.
You knew you shouldn't give it to reporters?
I don't know whether I should or shouldn't have, but I didn't.
You post any of it on your website?
We posted our complaint on the website.
Is any of the information in Exhibit 1, which was the letter to the Manhattan DA, was that from the Swiss prosecutor?
I don't know.
So the Cyprus companies that own Saturn and Diastep were Cone and Glendora. You're not aware of that?
I don't know the names of the companies.
All right. So who controlled the Cyprus companies?
The manager of the fund, HSBC Management Guernsey.
And who gave the manager of the fund instructions?
Which they took decisions on their own.
Investment decisions?
They took investment decisions and structural decisions.
So it wasn't Hermitage Fund that set up Saturn and Dahlia Step to take advantage of the tax regime in Kalmykia. It was HSBC on their own?
No, HSBC was the manager of the Hermitage Fund. The Hermitage Fund didn't take a decision.
I understand.
corporate-
You were the advisor.
Right. So the advice probably most likely came from, and I don't know exactly, but it probably came from professional accountants and lawyers.
That you directed to HSBC Guernsey.
No,
So your role as advisor didn't include the tax structure in Kalmykia?
my role as advisor was focused on picking stocks, doing company analysis, and doing corporate governance activism. I wasn't a specialist in taxes and other such things.
All right, so that HSB Guernsey didn't decide what stocks that these companies would be investing in, right?
So I provided the investment advice to the manager,
Right, and they followed your advice.
sometimes, mostly.
So HSBC Guernsey is a trustee, correct?
No, HSBC Trust Company is the trustee. HSBC Management Guernsey is the investment manager.
Okay, so HSBC Trust Guernsey, is that what you said it was?
Is the trustee.
Is the trustee. And the trustee actually has the ownership of the two Cyprus companies, which are Glendora and Cone.
The unit trust, of which they're the trustee, has the unit trust.
There's a trust entity.
They're the trustee of a unit trust.
Yes.
The unit trust owns various assets directly and through other vehicles.
Okay, so the unit trust owned Glendora and Cone, the Cyprus companies,
Correct.
and they owned Saturn and Dahlia Step.
Yes, I believe so. I'm not sure if those are the two owners. I don't have that in front of me.
And HSBC Guernsey Trust set up a trust that also owned Parfinian, Ryland, and Macomb.
No, HSBC didn't set up a trust. HSBC
Was the trustee of a trust.
was the trustee that owned Cyprus companies, and I can't remember who the holding companies were, who set up those companies.
Okay. So the trust owns Cyprus companies, which then own the Russian companies.
Correct.
All right. And Parfinian and Ryland and Macomb were the Russian companies.
Correct.
And at the time of the $230 million fraud, they had no stock in them.
Who had no?
Parfinian, Ryland, and Macomb.
Correct.
And so the Cyprus companies, when these companies were re-registered, lost no money because there were no assets in the three Russian companies. Correct?
No.
They lost no value. The net worth of Parfinian, Ryland, and Macomb was zero. They had no assets. Correct?
No.
They had assets.
Correct.
What assets do they have?
They had bank accounts.
Which had no money in them.
Is
Correct?
that a question?
Yes.
Yeah. No, they did have money in them.
How much money do they have?
I can't be sure, but I think $10,000, $15,000.
Do you have bank records that show that?
I'm not sure.
Have you given any bank records of Parfinian, Ryland, and Macomb to the U.S. Attorney?
I don't know.
So when the companies were re-registered, was their money removed from the bank accounts?
not sure.
They wanted the companies. They weren't interested in $10,000 or $15,000, right? They opened new bank accounts, correct?
Yes.
With the re-registered companies.
Correct.
So the $10,000 or $15,000 was still there in the bank accounts, as far as you know.
I don't know where that, what the status of that $10,000 or $15,000
As
was.
far as you know, that money was still there and was not taken when the companies were re-registered, correct?
No.
What? Am I wrong or am I right?
You're wrong. As far as
Just
I know,
tell me you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, so the answer is you don't know.
I don't know.
All right. So the money might very well have still been there, correct?
Very well suggests that it's still there. I don't know.
You don't know either way.
I don't know either way.
As far as you know, that money wasn't stolen. You don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, so we've established that. As far as you know, the money wasn't stolen. In which case, the Cyprus companies didn't lose anything of value.
Objection to form.
I don't know.
Okay, good. We'll leave it at that. Well, just to complete the chain, as far as you know, the trust didn't lose anything, right?
No, I don't know that.
Right. And the money belonged to the trust. It didn't belong to HSBC Guernsey, correct?
It belonged to HSBC Trust Company.
A trust that the trust company oversees, as trustee, own those assets, the companies and whatever bank accounts they have.
The trustee owned them as the trustee.
Well, the trustee was the trustee of a trust. I think you told me that at the beginning.
Right.
Okay.
But the trustee was the formal owner of the assets.
All right. When do we take lunch? Is this a good time?
Sure, if you want.
Can we carry on until 1 just because...
If you want, it's 12:40. If you want to go 10, 15 more minutes and
Sure.
then we can break. that'd
I'll
be
go.
great.
So, going back to Exhibit 1. If you look at tab 7. There's a chart, correct?
Correct.
You've seen this chart before, right?
Yep.
Who created this chart?
Vadim Kleiner.
And do you know what from what documents he created this chart?
Nope.
And you don't know where he got the documents that he used to create the chart, right?
Right.
Right?
Right.
And you don't know whether in Russia, there are a number of Russian banks here, correct?
Correct.
Intercommerce, USB, right?
Correct.
Bank. You don't know whether it's legal for Mr. Kleiner to have information about these accounts from those banks, right?
I don't know.
And then you don't know how he did the tracing,
No, I don't know.
but you've relied upon it,
I have.
and you've given it to the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
I have.
And so, for instance,
Actually, no, that's incorrect. I gave it to the New York District Attorney's Office.
All right, and they gave it to, as far as you know, they gave it to the U.S. Attorney's Office.
That's correct.
Now, let me go back. How many times did you meet Todd Hyman?
Several, I can't remember.
More than 5?
I don't recall.
So more than 10?
No.
Did you talk to him on telephone?
Yeah.
He had your telephone number?
I'm not sure how the telephone connection was made.
Did you call him? He call you?
I don't remember.
He had your email address?
I don't know.
Did you have his email address?
I don't know.
Do you have the email address of anybody in the U.S. Attorney's Office?
I know for sure I have Paul Monteleone's and Sharon Levin's.
And you've exchanged emails with them?
Yes.
On approximately how many?
I don't recall.
100?
I doubt it.
50?
No.
But you haven't given those, you have those, right? You have access to those emails.
Yeah.
But you haven't given them to us. So I can't question you about them today.
Objection to form.
Isn't there a...
Just yes or no for now. If they're going to claim a privilege.
I
they'll do
need
it.
to get some advice on whether there is a privilege issue here.
Take a few moments to discuss with the...
All I'm asking is yes or no, whether he has the emails. I mean, the fact that he hasn't produced them, we can get into a fight later about whether you're going to claim privilege, and we haven't gotten to privilege logs, we haven't gotten any of that.
Fair enough, but the witness says that he has a concern that he wants to discuss whether or not there's something privileged, and we would request an opportunity to discuss whether or not there's a privilege.
So if you want to take the break now, I guess we'll kill
No,
two birds with one
let's,
stone.
why don't you guys do it over lunch? I'll hold the question so that we can keep going. All right, so I'm looking at this chart, which is Exhibit 1, Tab 7. And I see that between the ZHK account at Surbank and the Universe account at Mastrio Economy Bank, the amount of money that you're tracing increases from, in dollars, 33 million to 53 million. See that?
Objection to form.
So you've got number 11, 12 million, number 12. I'm sorry, number 11 is in rubles, 525, but in dollars, the conversions here, it's 21 million. Number 12 is 12 million. And then you get down to the next level, the Granny Sever Bank, and you got $26 million, $27 million coming out of Granny Sever Bank. That's 53 million, right?
Right.
Can you explain to us how you would trace and know that it was the Russian treasury money that was going through Granny Sever to Bunikan and Elenis, and not some unassociated, as far as we know, clean money? $20 million of clean money. Can you explain that?
Objection to form.
So you have no information about that?
I didn't do the tracing.
Yeah. So I have to go to Mr. Kleiner for that,
Objection to form.
right? We have to ask the question of Mr. Kleiner?
I don't know I don't know who you can who can explain this to you, but I can't.
Okay. Well, Mr. Kleiner did it, right?
He did the analysis, correct?
Right. So if I want to understand this chart, shouldn't I be asking Mr. Kleiner?
Objection to form.
I don't know. You have to decide within your own team how you want to get your own explanations.
I'm asking for the name of the person who can explain to me how you went to the U.S. Attorney's Office with a case where there's $20 million of clean money going into accounts, and you say it's dirty money that went to our client.
Objection to form, the use of you.
Is there a question?
Yes.
What's the question?
How do you explain that $20 million in apparently clean money go to Bunacon and Ellenest, and $800,000 come out, and you say it had to be dirty money that went to Prevason?
Objection to form.
Do you have an explanation?
I didn't do the tracing.
But you had the meeting. You've been the one going around writing books, touting it, trying to get our client on the Magnitsky list, haven't you?
No.
You've never tried to put Mr. Katzev on the Magnitsky list?
No.
You never talked to anybody about that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you talk to the U.S. Attorney about that?
No.
But you did urge them to file a lawsuit in New York against Prevason, owned by Mr. Katzev, right?
I filed a, I provided to the New York District Attorney's Office a complaint about suspected money laundering in New York, in which I asked the U.S. government to investigate.
So you had no idea what the logic of for saying that where there's $20 million of identified clean money going through the accounts and only $800,000 coming out, that we had to say was dirty money and Mr. Katzev got dirty money. You can't give me any explanation for that at all.
Objection to form.
I didn't do the tracing.
So you have no explanation. Yes or no? You have an explanation or you don't?
I didn't do the
Objection to
tracing.
form.
Do you have an explanation or not?
Do I have an explanation?
Objection to form. I'm not sure what we're talking about.
I don't
We're
know.
talking about, on this chart, showing $33 million of supposedly Russian treasury money going into Craney Sever Bank, a correspondent account, and coming out is $20 million of, at least $20 million of clean money, at least. And only $800,000 going to Prevason. If there's $20 million of clean money going into those accountants and only $800,000 coming out, you have no explanation for why that had to be Russian treasury money that went to Prevason.
This is not my area of expertise.
I'm asking you whether you have any explanation from anybody.
I don't have an explanation.
And who would have the explanation in your organization?
I think our entire legal team would have an explanation.
Mr. Kleiner's the one who did this?
I think he was the one who produced the piece of paper.
Oh, he didn't do the work.
I think he did it as a member of a team.
I see. Does he have the same disaffection for testifying that you have?
Objection
Is that
to
why
form.
you're not naming him?
Objection to form.
No.
He's willing to come to New York and testify.
Objection to form.
I have no idea what he's willing to do or not do.
He works for you, right?
No.
He works for Hermitage Fund, of which you are the chief executive officer, right?
No.
Who does he work for?
He works for Hermitage Capital LLP.
Of course. Okay, I keep getting the entities wrong. And you are the CEO of that
Actually,
company?
he doesn't. Let me correct myself. He's a partner at Hermitage Capital LLP.
And you're the CEO, right?
No.
Who's the CEO?
There's the partnership. There's no CEO of the partnership.
I see. Are you willing to advise Mr. Kleiner he should come to New York and testify about this?
Objection to form.
It's not my place to advise him on what to do or not do, and the lawyers will advise him on what to do or not do.
But you wouldn't tell him to come, would you?
Objection to form.
I wouldn't tell him to come or not come. It's not my place to tell him. The lawyers will advise him on what the right
You're not willing to go back and say, Mr. Kleiner, I put my reputation on the fact that $20 million went into Bunacon and LNS and $800,000 came out, and we're saying it's dirty money. Hermitage has its reputation on this. I recommend you go to New York and explain this to these people. You wouldn't say that?
Objection to form.
I would go to our lawyers and ask them to advise him on what the right legal position is to take in this case.
So the answer is no, I wouldn't give him that advice myself.
Objection to form.
I would go to our lawyers.
I think we better stop.
Okay.
All right.
Time is
should we
12:50
start?
p.m. We are off the record.
I'm going to start in exactly one.
The time is 1:50 p.m. We are back on the record.
Just, Mr. Simrock, before you begin your questioning again, this is Michael Kim. Over the break, as we agreed with the defendants, we obtained from the defendants' counsel a copy of the sealed document that Mr. Simrock referred to earlier in the examination. We've shown it to the witness, and my understanding is it does not refresh the witness's recollection on any of the answers he gave, but since I'm not the witness, I'll just ask Mr. Browder to confirm that for the record.
I confirm that for the record.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Simrock.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Browder. You're still under oath, you know that?
I do.
All right. So I'm going to show you what we're going to mark as Browder Exhibit 13. This is plaintiff's responses to defendant's first set of interrogatories. Basically what this is a list of questions we gave the government and they responded. And I want to direct your attention to page 4, which is the response to Interrogatory 1, and to summarize it, it says, tell us what persons have knowledge or information on certain subjects, and you see your name there, right?
Yes.
All right. So, it says you have knowledge of the $230 million fraud, defendant's knowledge of the $230 million fraud, which would be the Prevozone defendants referring to that. Membership and operation of the organization, defendant's contacts with the organization, the defendant's knowledge of the organization, defendant's intent or knowledge for the purpose of the money laundering statutes, the transfers described in the verified complaint, additional transfers that support the allegations in the verified complaint, the tracing methodology, tracing funds from the Russian Treasury to the defendants, nature of the businesses operated by the defendants, and other information, including information relevant to the gravity and magnitude of the offense. Do you see that?
I do.
All right, so did you talk to the government before about this answer before it was given? And it was given in March, 24th of March, 2014. Did you talk to the government about this answer before it was given?
No.
They show it to you?
No.
Did they tell you that they tell you in February of 2014 the judge had set a trial date of March 30th or 31st, 2014? They tell you that?
Yeah.
Who told you that?
I don't recall who, but somebody in the government.
Well, somebody in the U.S. Attorney's office? Was it Mr. Monteleone?
Could have been, but it might have also been one of the other people in his office.
Okay. And was this a telephone conversation or an email?
Telephone conversation.
All right. What else was said in that conversation about the trial date?
Just that there was a trial date coming up.
They asked you whether you would appear as a witness?
I believe so.
And what did you tell them?
Yes.
And did they tell you that they were informing the judge that you were their chief witness?
No.
So did you talk about what you would testify to?
No.
Just you would show up and you would testify?
Yeah.
And that was, how long was the conversation?
10 minutes.
Approximately when was it?
Sometime around the time period you specified.
February of 2014?
Yes, I guess. I mean, I don't remember the date, so.
They expressed concern about the trial date?
To the extent that this question is just calling for the witness's impressions of the opinions and mental impressions of counsel for the government, I'm going to request that the witness not answer on the grounds of work product protection.
Are you going to answer?
I'm going to respect the government's request.
Well, are you instructing him not to answer?
Since the party has claimed privilege, we have no position on the matter, but I'll instruct the witness not to answer until a privilege is resolved.
Okay. So what information did you tell the government you had about the defendant's knowledge of the $230 million fraud scheme?
None.
What information did you tell the government about defendant's contacts with the organization?
I don't remember.
Do you have any information about defendant's contacts with this so-called organization?
No specific information.
Okay, so to be clear, the organization is the organization that is described in the complaint as the criminal organization that committed the $230 million fraud, right?
Right.
You understood that?
Yes.
Okay. So you have no specific information. You have any general information about defendant's contacts with the organization?
There were some theories that, I can't remember the details, but there were some theories about their contact with the organization.
Who had these theories?
People on my legal team,
And who are you referring to now?
lawyers.
Yeah, what lawyers?
Can I ask a privilege? Is this a privilege?
You can say the
question?
names of the lawyers
Okay.
that I think you've previously testified.
Right.
to.
So the Eduard Haradinov, Vladimir Postakov.
So they have theories. Do they have any facts to support their theories?
I'm going to request that the witness not answer to the extent that any answer might reveal communications pertaining to ongoing criminal investigations.
And on a separate note, I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer as to the contents of any of his discussions with lawyers which are attorney-client privileged, which I believe your last question would invade that territory. So I would instruct the witness not to reveal the contents of the communications, including as to what if any, facts they had.
Well, that raises a whole series of questions. What information do you have about ongoing criminal investigations relating to the $230 million fraud?
I'm going to request that the witness not answer any questions about the witness's knowledge of ongoing criminal investigations related to the $230 million fraud scheme, except to the extent that that information is already public. And as to that, he can answer.
So we have no position on the matter, but since the party is claiming a privilege, I'll give the same instruction to the witness.
Okay, just so our position's clear, that if these privilege claims don't stand up in court, then Mr. Browder will have to come back and testify to these things.
Well, there's
Well-
no sense debating that now. I think there's another forum to debate that, so why
No,
don't you
I'm just
continue
re-
your questioning.
I'm just reserving our position,
I understand.
but I agree with you. There's no point in debating that. All right, what facts do you have about defendant's contacts with the organization?
None.
What facts do you have about defendant's knowledge of the organization?
None.
Do you have anybody in your organization with a theory about defendant's knowledge of the organization? Yes or no, you can answer that.
Yes.
And who's that?
Lawyers.
And who are they? Just the names.
Eduard Haradinov and Vladimir Postakov.
And have they told you what their theories are?
Same objection about privilege,
So
about the
you're
content of the
instructing-
communications.
To be clear, you're instructing him not to answer?
Correct. I'm instructing him not to answer this or any other questions that call for the contents of his conversations with his lawyers.
Okay, so we might speed this up so I don't have to ask a whole series of questions if you'll agree that anything on the subject matter you'd give the same instruction.
No. My objection is simply to the attorney-client privilege nature of the contents of the communications, not to the subject matter of what information he possesses.
I'll keep asking questions. So it says the defendant's intent or knowledge of the purpose for the purpose of money laundering. What do you know about the defendants, being the Prevozone company's intent or knowledge of the $230 million fraud?
So are you asking me based on this sentence here or the $230 million fraud?
Well, for the purpose of, let me interpret that because that's legalese. So the defendant's intent or knowledge for hiding the proceeds of the $230 million fraud.
I'm sorry, so what, could you repeat the question?
Sure. So what facts do you have related to the defendant's intent or knowledge to cover up the proceeds or hide the proceeds of the $230 million fraud?
What I've read in the government's amended complaint.
Well, we've all read that. What do you have independent of that?
I don't have personally anything independent of that.
Do your people in your organization have theories about the defendant's intent or knowledge for the purpose of covering up the $230 million fraud?
I believe so.
And who's that?
Lawyers,
Same lawyers?
same lawyers.
Are you instructing him not to answer as to the substance of those conversations?
There's no question about it pending, but
All
to the
right,
extent
fine.
you ask it, I'll make the
Would
same
you-
objection.
Okay. So, what'd they tell you?
I object on the attorney-client privilege.
All right, but you're instructing him not to answer.
I'm instructing him not to answer that specific question. But I am not objecting generally to the subject matter, about which you're free to ask more questions.
Understood. So, did you have conversations with the government about the defendant's knowledge of the organization?
Yes,
All right. When were those conversations?
they are and were ongoing.
I see. Are you still collecting information related to this lawsuit?
As it becomes available, sure.
So you are still collecting information.
Any information that becomes available, yes,
Comes available how?
through any or every and any means.
So do you have people out asking questions for information?
There are investigations going on in other countries
That,
involve the defendants,
All
where
right,
more information is becoming available.
all right, which countries?
Again, I'm going to request that the witness not answer to the extent that that information is not already public.
I'm asking, to be clear, I'm asking what investigations is he aware of the defendants in other countries?
Right, and to the extent that the existence of those investigations is public, he can answer, and to the extent that it's not, we're requesting that he not answer.
So on this we have no position on it, but since a party has claimed privilege over that the potential response to that question, I will instruct the witness not to answer until that's resolved.
All right, so what information do you have about other investigations of Prevazone or Mr. Katsu?
Is it other than what you just asked?
And isn't that the same?
Same question, yeah.
Didn't these guys just object?
To the extent
Well,
that
there
it's
was-
public, you can answer.
Oh, the public part of it, sorry. Go ahead.
So could you just repeat the question so I know what I'm answering?
Yes. What information do you have about investigations in countries other than the United States about Prevazone or Mr. Katsu?
That is public.
That's public.
That is public. Well, that's the instruction you've been given.
The these two people have been, or the Prevazone and Katsev and Litvak are, I believe, subject to criminal investigation in Switzerland.
Have they been named as the subject of that investigation?
I don't know the formalities of the Swiss proceeding, but
Haven't they been denied a role as interested parties in that proceeding?
I don't know.
Well, so what makes you believe that they are under criminal investigation in Switzerland? Yes, I will tell you they've been denied access to that investigation as interested parties.
Objection to form.
Could you rephrase the question,
Yes.
please?
What makes you believe they are under criminal investigation in Switzerland?
Because their names are on documents in the court where they were requesting that Hermitage didn't have access to the file.
Their names are on documents in the court where Hermitage does not have access to the file.
No, no. Let's just start again.
Yes.
So they made a filing with the Swiss Criminal Tribunal to deny Hermitage access to the criminal case file, both
As-
Mr. Katsev and Mr. Litvak.
And from that you conclude they are under criminal investigation.
Why would two people unrelated to this? So my assumption.
Mr. Browder, you should answer his question, not
sorry.
ask a question back to him.
Yeah, because I'm not going to answer your question.
He's not obligated to answer
Yeah,
any
sorry.
questions.
Okay, my mistake.
That's the basis for your conclusion that they're under criminal investigation in Switzerland.
And I'm trying to remember what other reasons. Off the top of my head, I can't remember any other reasons.
All right, what other countries have them under criminal investigation according to you?
To the extent that it's public.
They were under criminal investigation in Israel for money laundering.
And what happened with that?
Their money was seized, and they walked away.
They worked out a settlement, and then the court found there was no money laundering?
I'm not a legal expert, but that's not how I read it.
So what did you read?
That they had to give the money to the Israeli government as a penalty for money laundering.
What did you read?
I read the Israeli money laundering document.
Did you read the document that said the banker, who supposedly was the one money laundering, was acquitted because there was no money laundering?
That's not how I read it, but I'm not a lawyer.
I see. Were you the one who gave that document to the U.S. Attorney?
No,
Who gave that document to the U.S. Attorney?
someone on my team.
Who? Somebody on your team provided it.
Yeah,
And who provided it to your team?
I don't know.
Who on your team had that document?
I don't know.
Who did you see it? Who gave it to you?
I don't remember.
When did they give it to you?
I don't remember.
You know, we read your book, and you have all sorts of details going back, I don't know, 15 years about what people were wearing and what people did, and you had a great memory where it came to things you wanted to talk about. But you can't even tell me who gave you a document just, what, last year? This year?
Is there a question?
Yeah. You're telling me you can't remember who gave you that document this year?
Yes.
It was somebody within your organization?
Yes.
All right. Are you aware of any other criminal investigations of the defendants?
To the extent they're public.
Or Mr. Katziv or Mr. Litvak?
There's no other information that's not public that I can share.
And the information that you got from the U.S. Attorney? In other words, where did you get the information about other criminal investigations of the defendants, Mr. Katziv and Mr. Litvak?
To the extent that that question is asking about whether he got information about some type of non-public investigation, if any, I'm going to request that the witness not answer that question.
So because a party is claiming privilege over the potential answer to that particular question, I'm going to ask the witness or instruct the witness not to answer to the extent it reveals the information that the U.S. Attorney's Office just mentioned.
So to be clear, if he didn't get it from you, but he got it from somebody else, you're saying we can't have that information. You're asserting what privilege?
The law enforcement privilege with respect to ongoing criminal investigations that are not public.
And he got the information from a third party.
Yes, any information about an ongoing law enforcement investigation that's not public is something that's covered by the law enforcement privilege. Any interaction that he had with that information and with that investigation, any knowledge he may have of that investigation, to the extent that it's about something that's ongoing, it's criminal, it's not public, we're claiming the law enforcement privilege with respect to that.
Worldwide.
Well, I guess, yes, including with respect to I mean, if you're asking for a list of countries, then yes. If you wanted to ask country by country, I suppose I could answer it on that basis. But
I'm asking you, are you asserting this privilege worldwide? Any law enforcement agency, anywhere, information coming from a third party, you're claiming a law enforcement privilege?
based on the information that we have, we think that the answer to questions about the witness's knowledge of ongoing, non-public criminal investigations conducted by other countries would implicate the United States' law enforcement privilege. The United States, I can say, has been working with other countries in conducting investigations and has law enforcement interests in non-public criminal investigations conducted by other countries not being jeopardized by premature disclosure.
Okay, and you're instructing them not to answer on that basis, right?
This is not my privilege call. I'm not here to adjudicate.
Understood.
I'm just going to respond to specific questions. I understand that the last specific question elicited a privilege objection, and it's our position, and I'm instructing the witness not to answer while a party claims privilege until it has been adjudicated.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Are you familiar with a mutual legal assistance treaty request from the United States to Russia?
I've read about it in either the complaint or some of the docket filings.
Okay. And do you have any knowledge about how the Russian Federation responded to the United States with respect to that MLAT request?
I don't.
Have you ever seen that MLAT request?
No.
Have you seen the United States request to the Netherlands?
No.
Are you aware of any United States requests under mutual legal assistance treaties to any other country related to this case?
Only what I've read in the public documents on the docket.
Okay. Are you aware of any other informal requests from the United States to other countries in connection with this case?
No. No.
Do you know whether a grand jury has been impaneled to investigate the $230 million fraud?
Only what I've read on the public docket.
Have you testified before a grand jury?
Is this a privilege?
No. The witness doesn't have a privilege.
I think the witness just asked the question, so we're not asserting a privilege.
No. But
No, the witness can answer.
Okay, no.
do you know anybody who's testified before a grand jury in connection with the $230 million fraud?
No.
So, going back to Exhibit 13, the United States represents that you have information concerning the transfers described in the verified complaint. Do you see that?
Could you just alert me to which subject matter this is?
Yeah, it's number 7.
Yeah, I see that.
Do you have information about the transfers? Do you know what transfers that refers to?
I'm not sure, no.
All right. So generally, it's the transfers from the Russian treasury through the various accounts. The chart that we were looking at, getting to allegedly the Prevazone account in Switzerland.
Right.
Do you have any information about those transfers?
No.
Did you ever tell the United States you had information about those transfers?
Well, we provided a complaint, or I should say, I submitted a complaint to the New York District Attorney's Office with all that stuff attached. So maybe they.
But you had you have no understanding about what those transfers are or
No.
what they mean.
No, I don't.
And it says additional transfers that support the allegations in the verified complaint. Now, this time I can't help you. I don't know what additional transfers, but do you know what additional transfers are referring to?
No.
Do you have information about additional transfers of funds that would support the allegations in the verified complaint?
No.
Do you know anything about the tracing methodology, tracing funds from the Russian treasury to the defendants?
Just what I've read in our complaint.
In the Exhibit 1 that we looked at the beginning
I mean, I read the text of the complaint.
of the verified complaint.
I read the text of what we provided to the New York DA's office, and I read the verified complaint.
Okay. And when you say our complaint, you're talking about the one that went to the DA.
Right. The Hermitage Capital complaint.
Right. You read it, but you don't really understand it. Is that accurate?
I read it, but I can't explain the documents in the back.
So, information about the nature of businesses operated by the defendants. Do you have knowledge about that?
I have a little bit of knowledge about that.
What do you know about the nature of businesses operated by the defendants?
The defendants operate or I should say Dennis Kotzev operates a transportation company in Moscow.
And what else?
I think he has a hotel in Kiselovsk or someplace like that.
That's in Russia?
Yeah.
What else?
Off the top of my head, that's what I remember.
Have you given that information to the U.S. Attorney's Office?
I don't remember if I did or didn't.
Yeah, how do you know that information?
I read it somewhere.
Read it where?
It's online.
What website?
I don't know.
Did you ever meet Dennis Katzev?
No.
Have you? What? I'm told there's a problem with the audio. We're being told there's a problem with the audio.
Switch it out to that laptop.
It says reconnect. Reconnect all of your Russian friends. Camera and microphone access allow.
Maybe you ought to do it.
Hello, Russia. How are you all guys doing out there?
We're okay? All right, so have you conducted any investigation of the businesses operated by defendants?
No.
Has anybody in your organization?
Yes.
Who's that?
My legal team.
And what's the nature of the investigation?
I give the same objection that I believe that question would call for the contents of Mr. Browder's conversations with his legal team and subject to attorney-client privilege. So I instruct the witness not to answer that particular question.
Did you give information about the nature of the businesses operated by defendants to the government
Yes.
in documents?
Yes.
And what documents are those?
Information about their transportation company, etc.
And and you got all this information online, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Did you get any information from Dmitry Baranovsky?
No.
Well, you produced documents in response to a document request for information from Dmitry Baranovsky, and it included all the property records of Prevezon. Did you get that from Mr. Baranovsky?
No.
Did you get it from Mr. Stolbanov?
No.
Do you know Mr. Stolbanov?
No.
Andrei Stolbanov?
Don't know him.
Do you know Mr. Baranovsky?
No.
You called him in one of your pleadings human rights campaigner. Do you remember doing that?
Vaguely.
And what's the basis for doing that?
His background story.
His background story being he's in prison for trying to extort $20 million in property from Mr. Katzev. Is that the background story you're talking about?
No.
You're aware that he's been convicted of extortion, right?
I am.
Not just from Mr. Katzev. On several occasions. At least more than one. You're aware of that?
No.
Have you had any communications with Mr. Baranovsky?
No.
Have you had any communications with Andrei Stolbanov?
No.
Have you had any communications with Mr. Pavlov, who's in the complaint?
No.
What made you think about that? You may have?
Trying to give you the correct answer.
What? Do you know whether members of your team have had communications with Mr. Baranowski?
Not aware of them having communications with him.
Do you know whether members of your team had communications with Mr. Stolbanoff?
I'm not aware.
Do you know whether Brown Rudnick has had communications with Mr. Stolbanoff?
I'm not aware.
Do you know whether Mr. Stolbanoff has met with Brown Rudnick?
I'm not aware.
Do you get reports on the investigation going on by your team in connection with this case?
Sometimes.
Are they in writing?
No.
Oral?
Yes.
Do you intentionally keep them from being written down?
No.
So why are they only giving you don't exchange emails about this case?
We exchange emails about lots of things.
And about this case?
Sometimes we do, yeah.
So there are writings about this case.
That wasn't your question before.
All right. Are there any writings that your team has given you about this case?
Yes,
And they're in emails?
I believe so.
All right. I don't know. All right, so let's go to the amended complaint, which we're going to mark as a new exhibit. So this is Exhibit 14, the verified amended complaint, which was filed on November 5th, 2014. You're familiar with that document, right?
Yep.
Read it more than once, I imagine?
What's the
Have
question?
you read it more than once? You've read it?
I've read the document.
Okay. You discuss it with anybody in the U.S. Attorney's Office?
I don't recall.
Did you review it before it was filed?
No,
Did anybody in your team review it before it was filed?
not that I'm aware of.
Let's look at paragraph 39. Okay, if you look at the last sentence in paragraph 39, it says, during the relevant period, the head of Moscow Tax Office number 25 was Yelena Kamina, who on information and belief is a member of the organization. And the head of the Moscow Tax Office number 28 was Stepanova, who had traveled to Larnaca in May of 2007 and on information and belief met with Kluyev to plan the $230 million fraud scheme. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you know, do you see that Ms. Kamina is described on information and belief as a member of the organization? Do you see that?
Yes.
But Ms. Stepanova is not. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you discuss that with the U.S. Attorney's Office?
No.
So as far as you're concerned, Ms. Stepanova is not a member of the organization?
No.
To be clear, I am correct that in your view, Ms. Stepanova is not a member of the organization.
You're incorrect.
I am incorrect. All right. So in your view, Ms. Stepanova is a member of the organization?
Yes.
And what facts lead you to believe Ms. Stepanova is a member of the organization?
Well, there's a number of facts.
Go ahead. What are they?
First of all, she was one of the people who approved the tax refund in one day on December 24th, 2007, the lion's share of the tax refund.
Anything else?
That her husband or ex-husband, depending on whose version you believe, received around somewhere between $7 and $10 million in his account at Credit Suisse from the fraud, following the fraud.
Okay, anything else?
That the two of them, husband and wife, purchased real estate in Dubai.
Anything else?
And then the travel records of the Stepanov and Stepanova.
To Larnaca, the ones we referred to before.
Also the travel records to Dubai and various other places.
What other places?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Anything else?
Those are all I can recall at the moment.
Okay. So, first of all, you've said this is the Kluyev organization. Is that right?
That's correct.
And who's in the Kluyev organization?
Olga Stepanova, Elena Kimina.
Well, these are just the functionaries. I mean, who, isn't that true? These aren't the planning people.
What's the question?
Who is, let me amend the question. Who's at the top of the Kluyev organization?
Dmitry Kluyev,
And who are his deputies?
Andrei Pavlov.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Who else?
Artem Kuznetsov.
All right. Anybody else?
Oleg Uzhumsov.
Who's that?
Oleg Uzhumsov.
How do you spell that?
I don't know.
Uzhensov?
You can ask your clients, they'll know.
Why will my clients know?
Just seems like they would know how to spell a Russian name like that.
That's just a crack, right? You were just being sarcastic?
Just
You think it's funny being here, them having all their property attached in the United States? It's worth being sarcastic about? Is that what you think?
what's the question?
Whether you think it's appropriate to be sarcastic in a situation like this? You have an answer for my question?
I'm thinking,
Of another sarcastic remark?
no.
You're not suggesting Mr. Uzhnetsov has any relationship to Mr. Katzid, do you?
I don't know.
What's his profession?
He's in the Interior Ministry, was in the Interior Ministry.
Anybody else in the Kluyev lieutenant circle?
Yes, Pavel Karpov.
Yes.
Viktor Markelov.
The sawmill operator?
Yep.
Who else?
Vyacheslav Klebnikov.
The other person who was convicted?
He was convicted, yeah.
Who else?
the deputies of Stepanova and Kimina, whose names escape me at the moment.
Anybody else?
There are probably others, but I don't have them on the top of my head.
Have you traced any of the $230 million to Mr. Kluyev?
It went through Universal Savings Bank, which was his bank.
Any of it stay there and he pocketed it?
I don't know.
You have no information to suggest that happened, right?
He was involved in the money laundering operations
How was he involved?
by providing the bank.
Did he actually order money moved?
I don't know what his, I wasn't a witness to his actions.
So you don't have any information about him receiving money or ordering the movement of money?
No.
Mr. Pavlov, you traced any money to the $230 million fraud to Mr. Pavlov?
Actually, let me correct my previous statement. I believe that there's some money that was traced to Kluyev and Pavlov and to companies that they were involved in Cyprus
Traced by who?
by my team.
Did you give that information to the U.S. Attorney's Office?
I don't remember.
Is it anywhere in Exhibit 1?
I don't know.
Did you trace any, well, if it's not in Exhibit 1, where would it have been given?
I don't know.
Well, if you look at the tracing, which is Exhibit tab 8, you take your time, but it makes no reference, that I'm aware, to companies being controlled by Kluyev or Pavlov.
Which section should I be looking at?
Any section you want, but the tracing, the bank transactions are in tab 8. What? What number? We marked his. What number is that? What? Thought we were-
No, not in this document. Can I ask for a break?
Sure.
Time is 2:38 p.m. We are off the record.
We want
Time is 2:42 p.m. We are back on the record.
All right. So, Mr. Browder, there's nothing in Exhibit 1 about any tracing to Mr. Kluyev or Mr. Pavlov, to Cyprus companies. So, is there somewhere else that you provided this to the U.S. government?
I don't remember what we provided in relation to this issue.
Do you
I-
are you sure there were?
Let me rephrase. I didn't provide anything to the U.S. government on this issue.
Did anybody in your team provide information to the U.S. government on this issue?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you sure that that tracing occurred to Cyprus companies for Pavlov and Kluyev?
Yes.
You're sure?
Yeah.
And so you have information of that nature?
I don't personally. My team has it.
I see. And you haven't produced it to us one more time. Is that right? Was that intentional?
No.
How'd you get the information?
I don't know.
Who got the information?
My team,
Who on your team got this information?
lawyers, and my staff.
What lawyers and what staff?
Vladimir Postakov and Vadim Kleiner and other lawyers.
How much money went to Mr. Kluyev and Mr. Pavlov?
I don't know. And well, yes, I don't know. Let's stick with that answer.
Have you traced any money to Mr. Kuznetsov?
Not to my personal knowledge.
Can you speak up, please?
Not to my personal knowledge.
Have you traced any money from the $230 million fraud to Mr. Usinov?
Who?
This fellow, we had this little go-around about how you spell his name. Usinsov?
Oh, you mean Uzhumsov?
Uzhumsov. I won't be able to spell it anyway.
Right.
Did you trace any money to him?
Not in my personal knowledge.
Trace any money from the fraud to Mr. Karpov?
Not to my personal knowledge.
And Mr. Markelov?
Yes, he was the owner of the stolen companies.
Did you trace any money into a bank account for Mr. Markelov
He was
from the $230 million fraud?
Yes.
How much money?
About 2/3 of the 230 million went to his accounts at USB.
Okay, so he was the account holder at USB for the money that came through USB.
He was the owner of the company, and I believe a director, but I'm not sure about that. He was the owner of the 3 stolen Hermitage companies and director of one of them, I believe.
Right. And did any of the money stay in bank accounts that he had access to?
Not to my personal knowledge.
Mr. Klebnikov, the other fellow who was convicted, did you trace any money to him?
He was the director of one of the companies that received part of this $230 million.
And did any money stay in that account for his use?
Not to my personal knowledge. Did
you trace any money to Miss Kamina, the head of tax office number 25?
Yes.
How much money did you trace to Miss Kamina?
I don't remember the exact amount, but she used money to buy apartments in Dubai that was wired by Credit Suisse.
And how do you trace that back to the Russian $230 million fraud?
I didn't do the tracing.
You don't have any idea?
No.
And Miss Stepanova, you say got money because Mr. Stepanov, her husband, got money, according to you.
That's
right?
correct. Yeah.
All right. You say husband or ex-husband. There's a dispute about that. What's the dispute?
Whether they're divorced or not.
Whether they've ever been divorced?
Whether they're divorced or not, or legitimately divorced, or whether it means anything.
I see. So Mr. Stepanov claims they were divorced in the 1990s, right?
I don't remember when they were supposed to have been divorced. No, I don't know the details.
I see. You traced any money into her name?
No.
So it's all into Mr. Stepanov.
Yeah. So you have the Olga Stepanova, who is the head of tax office number 28, approving the tax refund.
Right.
And then that money going to accounts in her husband's name at Credit Suisse. I'm sorry, ex-husband's name, excuse me.
Husband or ex-husband, depending on how you resolve the dispute.
Correct.
Okay, so if you look at the amended complaint, paragraph 69. This relates to the conviction of Mr. Markelov and Mr. Klebnikov. And if you look at the second to last sentence, it says, the verdict announcing Markelov's sentence claimed that the tax authorities were deceived by Markelov and not complicit. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
That would be, you have to give me a yes for that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. So that would be referring to Ms. Stepanova and Ms. Kamina, right?
Yes.
All right. Are you saying that the judge was corrupt?
Objection to form. You talk about the complaint or him?
No. I'm talking about whether he's saying the judge that made that finding. Are you saying that judge was corrupt?
Could you just rephrase?
Are you saying that the judge that made that finding, that the tax authorities were deceived by Markelov and not complicit, that's contrary to your theory, right? Your theory is they were complicit.
Yeah, they were complicit.
Right. So are you saying that the judge was corrupt?
I don't know whether he was corrupt or whether he was threatened or whether he was stupid, but
Do you know?
I don't know.
Do you know whether he was corrupt?
I don't know whether he was corrupt.
Do you know whether he was threatened?
I don't know whether he was threatened.
Do you know whether he was stupid?
I don't know whether he was stupid. But I do know one of the three.
Because you want to believe that, right? You don't have any facts that would support that, right?
Objection to form. Is that the last question you want him to answer? Or the
So
Do you have any facts that would support that the judge who made that finding was corrupt, threatened, or stupid?
The information available on this case is clear and overwhelming that the tax authorities were complicit. And for a judge to ignore that information, he would have had to be either corrupt, threatened, or stupid.
So the information available on the Markelov case makes it clear that the tax authorities were complicit?
No, the information available on the information that's available, the information that's in the case file makes it pretty clear to me that the tax authorities were complicit.
And you're talking about the Markelov case file?
Yeah.
And you reviewed the Markelov case file?
No.
But you made the conclusion even though you didn't review the file?
I have information from the file that was presented to me
By whom?
by my team.
The lawyers that you're referring to?
Yeah.
And how did they get access to the criminal file of Mr. Markelov?
I don't know.
Is it legal for them to have that information?
I would assume, yes.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
And what information are you referring to?
I'm referring to checks that took place. There's actually I can read you from the complaint if you want.
Sure.
Would that be helpful to you?
If there's something in the complaint you want to refer to, be my guest.
It might take me a few minutes to find it, but just bear with me.
Well, if you tell me what it is, I might help you.
Okay, I want to, hold on, I'll find it. Paragraph 42. Should I read it out loud to you?
If you want, it talks about how the tax authorities said they verified.
Let me read it out loud to you. In subsequent investigation, officials at tax offices number 25 and 28 made witness statements claiming that amended tax returns were submitted in or about November of 2007 and claiming to have taken certain steps to verify the legitimacy of claimed losses. These statements do not appear to be fully accurate. One official claimed, among other things, to have checked with the corresponding tax authorities whether the plaintiffs in the sham lawsuits had reported receivables corresponding to the fraudulently obtained judgments. and to have found positive receivables reported. However, the forms Instar and Grand Active actually filed with the tax authority show 0 receivables over all relevant time periods. One of the judgments, on which the refund applications were based by its own terms, did not go into legal effect until January 11, 2008. Nevertheless, on December 24, 2007, the same day that the most of the refund applications were filed, and one business day after the others were filed, Kimina and Stepanova, as heads of Moscow Tax Office 25 and 28, approved the $230 million in refunds, which on information belief amounted to the largest known tax refund in Russian history.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And this is information your team got from the tax authorities? Where did you get this information?
I don't know.
Is it legal for you to have tax information from taxpayers other than your own?
Yes.
It's legal.
Yeah.
Anybody can have access to tax information in Russia?
No.
So then why is it legal for you to have it?
Because we got it legally.
How did you get it legally?
I don't know.
You're sure you got it legally, but you don't know how you got it?
Yeah.
And what makes you so sure you got it legally?
Because I work with reliable people who do things by the law.
Well, Mr. Kleiner, according to your book, went into Moscow. He has sources, he said. And he got information. So why wouldn't he tell you who the sources are if he has information that's legally obtained?
What's the question?
Why wouldn't he tell you who the sources are if he has information that's legally obtained?
The question, you're making an assumption with the question.
I'm quoting your book, which says, Mr. Kleiner said, I have sources in Moscow, and he came back with information, I think, from the central bank. Why would he need sources if it was legal to have the information?
Are you asking about this information, or are you asking about different information?
I'm asking about the information in the book
Which information?
that Mr. Kleiner got from the central bank,
Okay, so
from
you're
sources.
Okay, so you're asking about the central bank, not about the tax records now.
That's right.
Okay, so what is the question about the central bank records?
Why would he need sources to get legal information?
I don't know.
Okay, and you have no idea how the tax information came in possession of your team, because they never ever do anything wrong, right?
I don't know how my team got this information, and I assume and I'm confident that it was obtained legally.
Because that's what you want to believe. But
No.
you can't give us any facts. Give me a fact. Give me a fact. Rather than your belief, your general belief, give me a fact that would tell me this stuff was obtained legally.
Is that a question?
Yes, give me a fact.
I have no facts to give you.
So the best thing to say was, I believe it was obtained legally, right?
Objection to the form.
What's the question?
I'll withdraw it. So, you claim that Miss Stefanova got a lot of money, right?
I claim that she and her husband profited from this crime in a large amount, yes.
Right. And you make the conclusion that she and her husband profited from the fact that you say he got money in his name.
That's one of the assumptions about her wealth.
Is one of the assumptions is that he got money from the $230 million fraud.
Correct.
And the other assumption is they're still married.
Another assumption is they live in a $28 million house in Moscow on a salary of $38,000 a year.
I see. And it shouldn't be very hard if she lives there for somebody to knock on the door and say, hello, Miss Stefanova, we want to ask you some questions. But nobody's ever done that, right?
I'm not sure who has or hasn't knocked on her door.
I see. Has anybody on your team ever spoken to Miss Stepanova?
No.
Has anybody of your team ever observed her at that $28 million house?
Nobody on my team has, but I've received information from people who have observed her.
People. Can you give me some names?
Alexander Parapolichny,
Who is deceased?
correct.
Can he give you the information in writing?
He gave us a bunch of bank documents about Miss Stopanova's husband's account.
Right, about the husband's accounts. But none of those documents mention Miss Stepanova, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, why don't we take a look at them? You sent the documents to the Swiss authorities, right?
Correct.
Let me mark an exhibit. This is Exhibit 15. It's a letter dated 28 January 2011 to the Attorney General of Switzerland and others. Signed by Neil Micklethwaite. Can you identify that document? Stepping off outline. There's a separate one for him. be. I might have worked on it. See if it's in my email. It's specifically refers to stuff. So just what to do off the top of my head. See if it's in my email. Oh, it would be one of them. I did send it to you. Got it? I sent several ones to myself.
Yes.
All right. You recognize, what is it?
This is the complaint that was filed by Brown Rudnick on behalf of Hermitage Capital Management to the Swiss Attorney General in January 2011 in relation to the part of the...
Just speak up a little.
Want me to repeat what I said or just speak
No,
up
no,
from here?
keep going.
In relation to the money that showed up in Switzerland from the $230 million tax rebate fraud.
Okay, so let's go to the verified complaint first and then go. Did you provide this Swiss document to the U.S. government?
I don't remember.
Do you know what the, well, let's go to the amended complaint, paragraph 97. So you say, you didn't say, the U.S. government said. Actually starts on 96, let me see. All right, so 96 says, for example, Arvas Holdings is a Cyprus-based company with a bank account at Swiss bank, Credit Suisse, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you say, and the government says that it was beneficially owned by Stepanov, the then husband of Stepanova, right?
Yes.
All right, and then 97 says that on February 5th, 2008, there was a wire transfer routed through the Southern District of New York. The Bunacon de Economie account transferred $726,000 to an account at a Latvian bank in the name of Nomerex Trading Limited, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then in two transfers in February 2008, the Nomerex account transferred almost 4 million euros to an account in the name of the British Virgin Island company Quartel Trading Limited, which promptly transferred over 150,000 of that money to Baikonur Worldwide Limited, also a Virgin Island company. And in 5 transfers from on or about May 26, 2008 through on or about June 17, 2008, Baikonur, which on information and belief was shared ownership with Quartel, sent 7.1 million euros to Arvas. And then it concludes that Stepanov received the 7.1 because, according to the complaint, he owned Arabist, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. And that information, does that information come from this letter, what number is this? Which has been marked as Exhibit 15.
I'm not able to cross-reference these two documents to certify that everything there came from one place or another.
And you don't know whether this information in Exhibit 15 was given to the U.S. government, right?
I don't know if it was or wasn't.
And this information came from Mr. Parapolichny?
Parapolichny.
Parapolichny. I'm
Parapolichny.
sorry, I'll have trouble saying it. And who is he?
He was a whistleblower from Russia.
So he was a whistleblower. That's your description of him.
Yeah.
What's his first name?
Alexander.
Right. And what job did he have in Russia?
He was some type of financier.
And he got the information from somebody else, right?
I believe he was managing the accounts of Stepanova.
And so was it, you're going to tell me it's legal for him to be managing accounts of a private client and turn information over to your organization, and that's legal in Russia?
I don't know.
Would you be concerned if it wasn't legal?
Yeah.
But you didn't explore whether it was legal. Is that true? You didn't explore whether it was legal?
This had nothing to do with Russia.
Well, he was managing the accounts where?
He was managing the accounts of in Switzerland.
I see. Well, we certainly know that Swiss banking information is secret, right?
Right.
And he gave you information, right? Banking information?
Correct.
So you know it's illegal when you got it. Isn't that true?
No.
Swiss banking information is private and subject to privacy laws. He gives you the information, but what makes it legal then?
For who?
For you to possess it.
We didn't disclose any confidential secrets.
You didn't disclose any confidential secrets? What's this letter all about?
This is a letter complaint to the Swiss government.
He disclosed it to you. Wasn't that illegal?
I don't know.
And you didn't explore whether it was legal or not.
I assumed it was legal.
You assumed it was legal. Even though we're the Swiss, you're in the finance business. You can just give up client information and it's legal to anybody in the world?
If it's not your client.
How many? But this was his client.
So could you rephrase the question, please?
You're in finance business. You've been in it for how many years?
Since 1992.
So a lot of years. If you have client information, you can just give it up to anybody and it's legal?
I didn't say that.
So you know it's illegal.
For who?
For you.
Wait,
to give up
objection.
client information.
Objection to form.
I wasn't giving any client information.
You know the law
What?
because you've participated in the industry for years. Your client information is confidential. Isn't that true?
My client information is.
And his client information, Mr. Parapolichny's client information, was private to him and his client. Isn't that true?
I don't know what his arrangements were with his client.
You think his arrangement was he could just give up what you're claiming is information about a fraud to you, and it's legal for him to do that?
I didn't do a legal analysis.
Are you really serious about this? Come on. Do we have to fence about this? You knew it was illegal to receive, for him to give up the information, and maybe you had a little thought about whether it was legal for you to receive the information, but you didn't do anything to find out.
Objection.
Isn't that the situation?
Objection to form.
What, could you rephrase the question, please?
No. You knew it was illegal for him to give up the information.
Is that a question?
Yes.
That sounded like
Did
a
you-
statement.
Did you know it was illegal for him to give up the information?
No.
And that's, you're under oath and you're sticking with that answer.
I didn't know. I didn't even know. Yeah.
You didn't even think about it, right? You were thrilled to get it. Private information from a private citizen, and you were thrilled to get it. Isn't that true?
What's the question?
You were thrilled to get it, weren't you?
So the question was I thrilled to get it?
Yes.
I was. It was a breakthrough in our investigation to get this information.
Right, and you knew it was illegal for him to give it up, and it was illegal for you to receive it, but you didn't care because he's a whistleblower.
Objection.
And that makes it all okay, right?
Objection to form to the multiple questions.
Could you rephrase the question and break them down into simple questions?
Because, according to you, he's a whistleblower, you're happy to get illegally obtained information, right?
Objection to form.
Could you rephrase the question, please?
No. Can you answer it?
I don't understand the question.
I'll do it one more time. But you're just fencing, and we both know that you know the answer to this. It was illegal for Mr. Parapolinsky to give up that information from a private client to you. True?
I don't know.
And you knew it was illegal for you to obtain the information. Isn't that true?
No.
But you did nothing to find out whether it was legal or illegal, correct?
We assumed it was legal.
How could it possibly be illegal in your industry?
Objection
How
to
could
form.
it possibly be legal in your industry for Mr. Parapolinsky to give up client information?
Is there another way you can rephrase that question?
No.
The answer is many ways.
Okay. So you passed the information along to the Swiss authorities, right? And your lawyers made an argument on your behalf about why this showed it was money from the $230 million fraud, right?
The lawyers representing Hermitage filed a complaint with the Swiss Attorney General on the 28th of January 2011 alleging money laundering in relation to the $230 million.
Just leave me alone. Come on. Stop. All right, so let's go to page 3 of the letter.
Talking about Exhibit 15, that
Yes.
letter? Okay.
Yep. So you describe, your lawyers describe, red flags. Akatate was established as a shell company in the British Virgin Islands on 29 January 2007. BVI is a jurisdiction that's considered to be a high risk for money laundering due to its minimal due diligence requirements in connection with corporate registrations. You see what I'm reading?
I do.
You register companies in the BVI
I have.
for the purpose of money laundering?
No.
So not everybody who registers companies in the BVI are engaged in money laundering, right?
Yep.
So how did you establish that Mr. Stepanoff had an interest in Akatate?
I'd have to go back to the back of the complaint to find the documents. Would you like me to do that?
Yep.
On page 2326 of, or two, I'm sorry, I don't know how to refer you to pages here. Is it on the right-hand side or the left-hand side?
Left-hand side.
On the left-hand side, it would be 0002438.
2438. All right. And how does this establish that?
This is a document from Icate Properties signed by the director saying, "Dear sirs, I herewith confirm in confidence and on the understanding that this statement is made on the basis of information and data which I have with respect to the underwritten company as on a date of this letter that name and citizenship Mr. Vladimir Stepanov, Russian Federation. Passport details 51, number 203-4225, DD 1612-2003, date of birth 17 July 1962. Is the sole and ultimate beneficial owner of Icate Properties, Inc., a company incorporated in the British Virgin Islands, and that the above reference company isn't involved in any money laundering activities. To the best of our knowledge, no action has been taken to wind up the affairs of this company."
So, where'd you get this document?
Alexander Parapolichny.
And did you pay him anything for that?
No.
Anybody pay him anything for that?
No.
And how do you know he didn't create this document?
We don't know for sure whether he did or didn't.
Okay, and the signatures, you don't know whether they are real people or real signatures?
I don't know.
So he gives you a document out of the blue and you're going to rely upon it, right?
No.
All right. So then how did you determine whether it was an authentic document?
We tried to test different documents that he gave to us that could be tested to see whether they were authentic, to make a generalization about everything he provided to us.
All right. So what did you test?
We were given information by Alexander Parapolichny about the real estate in Dubai that belongs to Vladimir Stepanov, and we were able to cross-reference that with Dubai property databases.
Anything else?
We were given information about the property that Vladimir Stepanov and his wife Olga Stepanova owned in Moscow, and we were able to cross-reference that with property databases.
And the Moscow property databases, that's nowhere in this exhibit, right?
I don't know.
Well, you want to check? I mean, I haven't seen it. I've seen Dubai records that are towards the back here in the name Mr. Stepanov, but I haven't seen anything related to Moscow.
Would you like me to go through the document?
No, I don't want you to take the time. You claim, records from Moscow databases showing Miss Stepanova owned property in Moscow. Is that what you're saying?
No.
That Mr. Stepanov owned property in Moscow?
We have records that show his property is registered to the name of his mother.
His mother. And there's no record of Miss Stepanova having any property in Moscow, correct?
No.
The assumption is that they're married, that they share assets, they get along, and that somehow she will someday benefit from this property. That's the assumption?
Is that a question?
Yes.
What's the question?
What's your assumption?
Our assumption is that the property is in Dubai, the property is in Moscow, and the bank accounts are all collectively owned by Olga Stepanova and her husband Vladimir.
And there is no fact that would support that assumption. That's just your assumption.
Yes.
Okay. So, there's another, going back to page 4, there's another reference to, there's a reference to Aravest. Cyprus is another jurisdiction that's considered to be high risk for money laundering due to its minimal due diligence requirements in connection with corporate registrations.
Could you just alert me to where you're reading from?
Paragraph 2,
Okay.
number 2. So you use Cyprus, correct, as a jurisdiction for corporations, right?
Correct.
And you've told us that you don't use it for money laundering, right?
Correct.
And so people who use Cyprus don't necessarily use it for money laundering, correct?
Correct.
All right, so Aravest, there's a similar document in the back for Aravest that you got from Mr. Plaintiff, right?
Correct.
And your assumption is that it's a legitimate document even though you can't do anything to confirm it other than what you've described already, right?
So when we filed the complaint, that's correct.
Is there anything you can do now?
A moment to discuss potential
Take a break.
It's 3:26 p.m. We are off.
What time do you want to come back?
Time is 3:39 p.m. We are back on the record.
Mr. Browder, I want you to refer to Exhibit 15, page 4. That's where we were. At the end of paragraph 3, paragraph 3 refers to two companies, Quartel and Bankinor. All right? And you're saying, it says here, our clients, that's Hermitage, right, have discovered that both of these accounts are controlled by the same entities. You see that?
Could you just give me a
Yeah.
better... which paragraph is it?
Paragraph number 3
Okay.
says both of these accounts are controlled by the same entity. Ah, wait a minute. Oop. We had a question pending and a consideration of... could you read back my last question before the break?
Is there anything you can do now?
Is there anything that the legitimate, even though you don't have anything really that you've described already, right? Well, I asked him the source of information, and you were going to consider.
It may make sense to just re-ask the question. I don't know that I remember the specifics. It's not reflectable.
What was it? Oh, okay, yeah. We were talking about Aravest, and the question is, do you have any recent information that would show that Mr. Stepanov controls Aravest?
Not to my personal knowledge.
Does your team have information?
I'm not aware.
Did you provide any information beyond the information in this letter to the U.S. Attorney?
Not that I'm aware of.
Could you speak up?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Okay. So we go to paragraph 3. Then it says our clients have discovered that both of these accounts are controlled by the same entities. We're referring to Quartel and Bankinor. I don't see any information in this letter or the attachments that would show that both these accounts are controlled by the same entities. Do you have any facts that would demonstrate that Quartel and Bankinor are controlled by the same entity?
Not to my personal knowledge.
Does your team have any information?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever discuss this with the U.S. Attorney's Office?
No.
All right, so then we go down to what is described here as step 1. The illicit proceeds were first transferred to Quartel's account. A payment of 2 million euros was made on January 23rd from a company incorporated in New Zealand, Bristol Export Limited. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I think you can find that information in the exhibits on page 75. So what's the base number? 2478. Would you take a look at that?
Sure.
$2301.08. Do you see that?
Yes.
So what is this document? It says, just let me read what it says. There's appears to be the letterhead of Credit Suisse. There's a current account number, but a name or something above the current account number, below the current account number is crossed out, and it says extract of account 01.01.2008 to 31.01.2008. So what is this document?
It's a Credit Suisse statement.
And who typed in extract of account?
I don't know.
And who crossed out the information?
Paraplegic.
Do you know why he crossed it out? Did he tell you why?
No.
All right, so this supposedly is money that came to Quartel from the $230 million fraud, right?
I assume so. I'm not a specialist.
No, but isn't that what that says? Isn't that what the letter says? The whole point is that Stepanov got money from the $230 million fraud, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. So Bristol Export Limited is not anywhere on your other charts. So what company is that? Who owns that?
I'm not sure.
And how did that company get the $2 million?
I don't
2
know.
million euros.
I don't know.
So you don't know what the path of the money went to demonstrate that this came from the $230 million theft of the Russian treasury, right?
Right.
So is this another assumption that because there's $2 million that came in on January 28th, it must be from the Russian treasury?
No.
So then how do you say this is the illicit proceeds?
I didn't do the tracing.
And you have no understanding of the tracing conducted by your team?
No.
So you have no explanation for how somewhere 2 million euros shows up, transferred from Bristol Export to a company Quartel, and you have no way, as far as you know, of tying it to the $230 million.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
You have no way of tying this transaction shown on this page, which is Bates number 2478, to the $230 million.
Personally, I don't.
Do you know whether members of your team have it?
I would assume so.
Have you given it to U.S. Attorney?
What?
The information tying this to the $230 million.
I'm confused. What are we tying to the $230 million?
The payment from Bristol Export Limited to what you are claiming is a Quartel account.
I don't know.
And you haven't given us any documents that would show that, right?
I don't know.
So then, tracing through this, or following this letter, there are 2 more transfers. That are shown on page 79, which is Bates number 2482. This is from Nominix. It's 1.999 million. I assume, although there's no denomination here, from the letter it says it's euros. So how did Nominix get money from the $230 million?
I have no personal knowledge.
And of course, if you can't trace this back to the $230 million, the whole idea that Mr. Stepanoff got money from the $230 million falls apart, doesn't it?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Isn't it true that if you can't trace money into Bristol trading and Nominix trading from the $230 million, that the whole idea that Mr. Stepanoff got money from the $230 million falls apart? There's nothing on these documents that shows it comes from the $230 million.
Is that a question or a statement?
Ask it again. Is there, if you don't have evidence that Bristol Trading and Nominix Trading received money from the $230 million, there's no basis to say that Mr. Stepanoff received money from the $230 million.
That's incorrect.
What's the basis?
I don't have a basis, but other people do.
You're the one who took this to the U.S. Attorney's Office. You've taken this public. You've talked about it all over the world. You have no idea how this works. Is that true?
Could you rephrase the question?
No. You have no idea how this works.
Subject to the form. What's the this?
How this tracing works.
I'm not a specialist on money tracing.
So you have no idea how it works.
I didn't say that.
Well, explain to me how it works. Let's not use the letter or the documents or whatever. Explain how you get money from $230 million into an account that you say is controlled by Mr. Stepanoff.
I have a team of people who work for me who are specialists in this area, who I trust, who are credible, who put this information together.
And you have no idea how they bridge the gap between the 230 and Bristol and Nominix.
That's correct.
And none of them are accountants, by the way, right?
There are no accountants on our team.
And none of them ever testified in a U.S. proceeding about tracing money, right?
That's correct.
None of them have testified anywhere in the world about tracing money, right?
That's incorrect.
Who's testified about tracing money?
Vadim Kleiner has testified.
And where has he testified?
In Switzerland.
Do you have that testimony?
No, I don't believe we are allowed to keep it.
Did you give it to the U.S. Attorney's Office?
No.
And he's testified about tracing what money?
The money you're referring to here.
This,
I believe.
This exact money.
I don't know.
Have you seen his testimony?
No.
Have the Swiss gone forward with a criminal case against anybody trying a case, charges against anybody based upon Mr. Kleiner's testimony?
I don't know.
Well, okay. So you get money from your team, gets money from Bristol and Nomerex into an account with the name crossed out that they tell us is the Quartel account. But they don't have any money going to Mr. Stepanov based upon that. Instead, there's another series of account statements. Start on page 81, which is deposition, Bates number 2484 and number 15, exhibit 15. And these accounts, do you know what these accounts are?
Yes.
What are they? Starting on 2484 and going over the next subsequent pages. What are they?
$24.84, $24.85, and $24.86 are bank details that come from Citibank.
So they're bank details of what? I read here Raffinson Zentral Bank with a Z. Account name. So where did you get? I mean, what is it, if you know?
These are account statements
For Raffinson Central Bank.
held at Citibank, New York.
Okay. And what does Raffinson Central Bank have to do with this case?
I'm not sure. I think they were the correspondent bank. They were the correspondent bank for Universal Savings Bank, Intercommerce Bank. I can't remember which one.
Okay, well, we got 6 million euros into Quartel, and I don't see any transfers from Quartel into this account, at least nothing of substance. Am I missing something?
I don't know.
Well, take a look. Do you see any transfers from Quartel?
I'm not sure what to be looking for here.
Well, your team is saying that the money went from the Russian treasury, somehow got to Bristol and Nominex and into what they say is a Quartel account. And then the next thing they say, if we look at the letter, is that wire transfer statistics obtained as a result of the court's ruling show that the following payments were made to Bristol and Nominex immediately prior to the payments to Quartel.
Could you just alert me to what page you're on?
Yeah, page 5 of the letter. Bates number 2397.
And which paragraph?
It's the one with the 3 bullets. Have you read it?
Yeah.
Okay. So They say Bristol and Quartel immediately prior to the payments to Quartel. Bristol and Nomerex immediately prior to the payments to Quartel got $498,955 US dollars transferred to Bristol from Roland Management Limited. You see that?
Yes.
And that's a UK company. What does Roland Management Limited have to do with this case?
I don't know.
Why is it relevant that Bristol got money from Roland Management Limited?
I don't know.
And then on February 5th, the amount of $491,585 was transferred to Bristol from Bunacon. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why is it relevant that prior to Bristol and Nomerex making payments to Quartel, they got money less than $500,000 from Bunacon?
I don't know.
And on the 5th, the amount of $726,000 was transferred to Nomerex from Bunacon. Why is that relevant?
I don't know.
And who would know, be able to answer these questions?
My team,
Who on your team?
lawyers, and Vadim.
So if we go back to the account statements,
Which page?
wait a minute. Then it goes step 2, same letter, page 5. 4 months after the funds were transferred, Quartel, similar amounts were transferred from Baikonur account to Aravest. So how do you get the money from Quartel to Baikonur?
I don't know.
All right, and I think we've had enough. You're not going to be able to help us with any of this. Fill the gaps that aren't explained in these documents, right?
Objection to form.
That's editorial. I'll withdraw it. So, if you can go to, Bates number 2489. No, 2488. Do you know what this document is?
Bank statement,
From what account?
Credit Suisse.
What account? Who's the account holder?
I don't know.
It's crossed out here, right? Correct?
Correct.
Where did you get this document?
Alexander Parapolicini.
So there's a payment made from whatever account this is to Aravest, but you don't know how the money got into this account, right?
I don't know.
You don't know. And you can't trace this, you don't know how to trace this to the $230 million fraud, right?
I don't know.
So there are payments here to Quartel and payments to Aravest, right?
I don't know.
Well, I'm just looking at the document.
I see
Right.
two payments. On the
Right.
26th of May 2008 for $1.5 million to Aravest, and it looks like a payment from I'm sorry, and payment two, payment two, and then payment from Quartel on the 26th of May.
130,000.
130,000.
Right. And the 1.5 million that appears to cover the payment from Aravest is a foreign exchange transaction outright short, meaning it's a loan from the bank, right? Is that how you interpret that?
No.
Foreign exchange outright short. How would you interpret that?
I'm not an expert on bank statements, Credit Suisse bank statements. I'd rather not try to interpret it.
But whatever that is, that seems to cover the 1.5 that was made to Aravest.
I don't know.
So we don't know where that came from, then, right?
I don't know.
There's nothing showing this money coming from Quartel and then being transferred from whatever account this is to Aravest, right?
I don't know.
So there's no chain here that you can perceive, right?
I don't know.
So the next series of documents, well, it's all the same. You don't have any idea what any of these transactions are, right?
Objection to form. Which transactions are you?
The ones that are on the Credit Suisse bank statements for the account where the name has been crossed out.
Which transaction are you referring to?
2488, 2489.
Which ones are you
Any
asking
of
me?
them. Can you give me any more information about where the money came from? For instance, on no, keep going. 88. $24.91. Where'd the money come from that went to Accolade Properties? 250,000 something.
Which payment are we looking at now?
2491.
And which one on 2491?
First transaction at the top.
So, payment order, electronic banking, Icate Properties, debit 250,000.
Right. That's
This is a payment to.
Accolade.
This looks like a payment to Icate Properties on the 1st of July 2009.
Right. Do you know where that money came from?
I don't know.
Okay. So the next series of documents starts on Credit Suisse documents that look like wire transfers, right?
What page?
2493. So that's a transfer of $629,000 to something called Emerald Palace Group Limited, right?
Yes,
And the payment is for the benefit of Mr. Stepanoff, right?
that's correct.
Makes no mention of Stepanova, right?
Yes,
And the next payment on March 6th, that's for the benefit of Mr. Stepanoff, right?
March 26th.
Next page.
March 26th. You said March 6th.
I meant March 26th.
Okay,
It's for the benefit of Mr. Stepanoff, right?
that's correct.
June 8th, for the benefit, keep going, benefit of Mr. Stepanoff. No mention of Stepanova, right?
Correct.
September, same thing. Investment of building, it says, for the benefit of Mr. Stepanoff, right?
Correct.
Appears to be a unit in the building. Then you get to the next one, Sunny Beach Properties is 25th of April 2007, right?
Correct.
So that's before the $230 million fraud, right?
Yes.
Mr. Stepanoff, this doesn't mention Mr. Stepanoff, Sunny Beach Properties, right?
Yep.
There's one in October of '07, doesn't mention anybody other than Sunny Beach Properties. Do you know who owns Sunny Beach Properties?
I'm not sure.
Well, if you go to the next page, Sunny Beach Properties details of payment for real estate for Mr. Stepanoff, right?
Yep.
So you have a couple of transactions where he's buying substantial apartments, $252,000, $277,000 before the $230 million fraud occurred, right?
No.
And he continues that afterwards.
On page 22499, this was April 15th, 2008.
Right.
The fraud occurred in December of 2007.
Yeah, but the two prior ones were October 18th, 2007 and April 25th, 2007. And at that point, he's spending a substantial amount of money for Sunny Beach Properties. Looks like he's buying properties. Unit 424. The other one doesn't have a unit attached to it. So before the fraud, he's spending a substantial amount of money buying real estate, right?
Correct.
And none of this ever mentions Miss Stepanova, right?
So far, no.
So far. Is there any that mention Miss Stepanova?
Not that I'm aware of. The next
Have-
one.
have
the
you
next,
gone?
The next one mentions Elena Anisimova, who is the deputy of Miss Stepanova in the tax office number 28.
Okay, but there's nothing there that mentions Miss Stepanova either, right?
This woman was also involved in the tax refund.
So, have you gone to the real estate records in Dubai?
Yeah.
Did you find any evidence of ownership of this property in real estate? Of the properties that Mr. Stepanoff bought?
There's an ownership of a property in Dubai that he's bought.
And is there any indication Ms. Stepanova has an interest in that property?
Not that I'm aware of.
So to be clear, there is not a single document that you've been able to come up with anywhere where Ms. Stepanova owns a bank account that received money from the $230 million fraud, owns real estate from the $230 million fraud, or has any other asset that she's received from the $230 million fraud, right?
She's not a direct recipient in any of the documents that we have.
And she's not, and there are no documents indicating she's an indirect recipient either. Is that correct?
There's no documents, but we believe that the assets that belong to her husband are jointly owned by her.
And you have no facts that would support that belief, correct?
Common sense.
Your common sense.
And a lot of other people's.
There are no documents and no facts other than this assumption that Ms. Stepanova received anything from the $230 million fraud. Isn't that true?
There's no documents with her name on them.
And Mr. Stepanoff and Ms. Stepanova are divorced, correct?
Not sure.
Have you checked the records in Moscow?
There's some question about those records.
Are there records that indicate they are divorced?
There are.
And what is the question about those records, other than the fact that you don't like them?
The timing of the records and the veracity of the records, but I'm not an expert on these records.
Is there something on the records that gives somebody, strike that. Do you have the records?
I don't.
Does your team have the records?
I don't know.
Don't you think if you're going to accuse somebody of a huge fraud that you ought to collect the relevant documents?
And what's the question?
Don't you think that if you're going to accuse somebody, as you have, of an enormous fraud, that you ought to collect the relevant documents?
My team has collected relevant documents which were submitted to the Swiss prosecutor and submitted to the New York District Attorney's Office about this fraud.
But you haven't gotten the divorce records.
Not to my knowledge.
So anything that might upset your theory, you decide you don't need.
Objection to form.
Is that right?
Could you rephrase the question?
Yes. Isn't it true that any document that might upset your theory, you don't go and get it?
No.
Well, you didn't get the divorce records, right?
I didn't.
And your team didn't, as far as you know.
I just said that not to my knowledge do they have them. Didn't say they didn't.
Well, you don't know they have them, right?
I don't know. Not to my knowledge.
Right. Mr. Stepanoff has challenged your story in court, hasn't he?
I've never been to court with Mr. Stepanoff.
He's sued a reporter who republished the information on your website. Isn't that true?
No.
No?
No.
You're not aware of that?
He didn't sue a reporter.
Who did he sue?
He sued an activist.
I see. Is this like a whistleblower? Another label you give people? Who's this activist?
Alexei Navalny.
And Mr. Stepanoff sued Alexei Navalny, right?
Yes.
And it was Mr. Stepanoff who won, right?
That's correct.
Got a judgment for defamation against Mr. Navalny, right?
Correct.
For republishing the information on your website.
That's correct.
Are you aware of any information that the U.S. Attorney's Office has collected beyond the information in Exhibit 46 related to the Stepanoff payment?
Could you show me Exhibit 46?
That's the one we've been looking at. Oh, I'm sorry. I misspoke. It's my tab 46, but it's Exhibit 15.
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. Thank you. Are you aware of any information other than the information in Exhibit 15 that the U.S. Attorney's Office has collected with respect to whether Mr. Stepanoff received funds from the $230 million fraud?
I'm not aware.
Is it your belief that the allegations in the complaint were based upon the information in Exhibit 15?
I don't know.
In your conversations with Agent Hyman, did he ever talk to you about how you trace money to Mr. Stepanoff?
No.
Anybody in the U.S. Attorney's Office have a conversation with you on that subject?
Not to my recollection.
Yeah, according to paragraph 100 of the amended complaint, and you've already referred to this, the Stepanoff tax returns show income of $38,000, basically, right?
Sorry, which paragraph is that?
100.
Yep.
All right, so Mr. Kleiner got the tax returns for Mr. Stepanoff?
I'm not sure where they came from.
I believe your book says Mr. Kleiner got them, but you don't know?
I'm not sure.
Let's look at in Exhibit 15. Bates numbers 2451 through 2460. Do you know what these documents are?
Nope.
Do you know whether it would be legal in Russia for Mr. Kleiner to have income tax returns of Mr. Stepanoff?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
I don't know.
Are income tax returns public in Russia?
I don't know.
Did you ask Mr. Kleiner where'd you get income tax returns?
No.
Because you didn't want to know?
No.
Aren't you curious? You got $38,000 from income tax returns. That's an unusual fact, isn't it? It's unusual to have that kind of information, isn't it?
No.
Do you have income tax returns for other people?
Lots of people have income tax returns.
Lots of people have other people's income tax returns?
Sure. Politicians, etc.
Politicians have other people's income tax returns?
No. Politicians' income tax returns.
Lots of people have politicians' income tax returns. Mr. Stepanoff is not a politician, is he?
No.
What business is he in?
I'm not sure.
Did you investigate what business he was in?
My team did.
And what did they discover?
He was a small-time businessman,
Small time being what?
having average earnings with his wife of $38,000 a year.
Do income tax returns in Russia require reporting of foreign income?
I'm not a Russian accountant.
Did you file income tax returns in Russia?
My firm did on my behalf.
Did they report foreign income?
I don't know.
Well, in the United States, you know, we have to report foreign income, right?
I don't know.
You gave up your U.S. citizenship in 1998,
Correct.
right? Just as the laws about reporting foreign income came into effect. Is that right?
I don't know.
Why did you give up your U.S. citizenship in 1998?
I emigrated to the UK 10 years earlier.
So the UK require you to give up your U.S. citizenship?
No.
So then why'd you give up your U.S. citizenship?
Personal reasons.
And what are those personal reasons?
My family was persecuted during the McCarthy era.
I see, and your father is the head of the economics department where? What university?
He's not head of any.
What was he?
My father was a professor of mathematics at the
Where?
University of Chicago.
Was he the head of the department at some point?
Yep.
And your uncle? What position did he have?
He was a mathematician at Princeton.
Head of the department at one point?
Yeah.
But you're concerned that your family was persecuted, but they made to the head of the department of two prestigious universities? And that's why you gave up your U.S. citizenship?
Yeah.
What kind of persecution did you face?
My grandmother was sick with cancer, and the U.S. government tried to deport her to Russia when she was dying.
What year was that?
in 1950 something.
I see. And so 1998, this all came back as a rush of emotion. You decided to give up your U.S. citizenship.
No.
So as far as you're concerned, it was fine for Mr. Kleiner to have Mr. Stepanov's tax returns, right? Nothing illegal about that,
No.
as far as you know. Let me ask you this. Money comes out of the Treasury, Russian Treasury, and goes to USB and into commerce, right?
Yeah.
Who controlled the money at that point?
I don't know.
At what point, but once it's in USB and it's into commerce, the fraud is accomplished as far as you're concerned, right?
I don't know.
Wasn't it the organization that transferred the money to those two banks?
Yes.
So at that point, they have control over the money, right?
I don't know.
Well, under your theory, at what point does the organization get control over the money?
I don't know.
And you don't know who's directing the money.
I don't know.
Well, do you know why the transfers were made further down the line to other accounts?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, are there any U.S. citizens or residents involved in the theft?
I don't know.
You're not aware of any.
I don't know.
You're not aware of any. You are not aware of any U.S. citizens or residents involved in the theft, are you?
I just don't know.
Well, do you have theories about U.S. citizens or residents who are involved in the theft?
No.
And there are no events to steal the money that occurred in the United States, right?
I don't know.
You're not aware of any, right?
I don't know.
And as far as you know, the people who stole the money were Russians, as far as you know. People you named were all Russian, right?
Yep. Yes.
And the acts to steal the money all occurred in Russia, as far as you know, right?
No.
To steal the money. In other words, to get the money out of the Treasury, there are acts that occurred outside of Russia?
In the amended complaint, in the original complaint, there's a whole series of arguments about planning of the fraud in Cyprus.
I see. Okay. There are no planning events described in the United States, though.
I don't know.
There are none that you know of.
I don't know.
You received a subpoena from the United States in February of 2014.
I did, yes.
We're pulling it out. Well, while we're waiting, trial was scheduled by the judge on February 4th, 2014 for the end of March 2014. You remember that?
I do.
You were at the White House that day, February 4th, 2014. You remember that?
No.
You were at the White House at the beginning of 2014?
I don't remember.
How many times have you been to the White House?
Once.
When was that?
2000, 2002, something like that.
All right, we'll have to pull out some records. All right, go back to the subpoena. I need a copy of that. So, can you identify, what number are we up to? What number was that? 16. It is for the record, what appears to be a subpoena to William Browder, Hermitage Capital Management, Grafton House in London. And it calls for your appearance in New York on 31st of March 2014 at 10 a.m. It's numbers 266 to 268. So, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Did you receive this?
I believe so.
By email?
I don't remember.
How did you get it?
I don't remember.
Did you have a conversation with the U.S. Attorney's Office before you received it?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Would you speak up, please?
I don't remember.
It calls for, please provide any and all records in your possession relating to any USB bank account held in the name of Prevazone Holding Limited,
I'm sorry, where does it say that?
UBS.
Where's
Top
this?
of second page, writer. Related to any UBS bank account held in the name of Prevazone Holding.
Yep.
All right. Did you provide records to the United States in response to the subpoena?
No.
No?
No.
Did you ever provide records of UBS bank accounts held by Prevazone Holdings, its affiliates, parents, directors, or employees to the United States?
Not to my knowledge.
So this is the... Did you receive such records in connection with the Swiss proceeding?
Yes.
And didn't you turn over records from the Swiss proceeding to the U.S. Attorney's Office?
We did.
And didn't they include these bank records?
Not to my knowledge.
What did they include?
Different records.
What records?
Records in connection with Stepanov and Stepanova.
So you never disclosed any UBS bank account records for Prevazone Holding to the United States?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, would somebody else within your team have done it?
I don't know.
Wouldn't they tell you before they did it?
No.
Wouldn't that be a significant thing for you to know as the head of the company?
No.
I mean, people can just turn over records from one court proceeding to another and on a matter in which you have been personally involved for years and not tell you?
Could you rephrase the question?
Yes. It's possible that your team would turn over records from the Swiss proceeding to the United States without telling you?
I kind of doubt it, but I don't know.
So you don't think it happened?
I just don't know.
Do you see the next sentence? Due to the ongoing nature of the investigation, it is requested that you do not disclose any information related to this grand jury subpoena requested to any third party. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you understand that you were going to appear in front of a grand jury?
I made no assumptions.
Did you agree to appear?
No.
Did you have conversations with the U.S. Attorney's Office about whether you would appear?
No.
Did anybody have conversations on your behalf about whether you would appear?
No.
Well, there were a series of letters. First, the U.S. described you as their key witness. You were aware of that, right?
Yes.
And then there were a series of letters where they cut back on what it would be you might testify about. You're aware of those, correct?
I am.
And how did those letters come about?
They followed one another.
Who had the conversations that led to those letters?
Lots of people.
Who were the lots of people?
Lawyers.
What lawyers?
I can't remember which lawyers. I've had a lot of lawyers.
Did you talk to Brown-Rudnick about this subpoena?
I've talked to Brown-Rudnick about this.
Did they have conversations with the United States about whether you would appear or not?
I would imagine they did.
Weren't you informed?
I've been informed.
And what'd they tell you?
I don't remember.
No idea.
No idea.
Not a clue.
No clue.
You have a clue.
I have a clue.
All right. So what's your clue about what you were told?
I'm sorry, are you now referring to a conversation between the DA's office and Mr. Browder, or Mr. Browder and his lawyers?
Mr. Browder and his lawyers.
Okay, I object on the basis of attorney-client privilege.
You instructing them
And
not
I
to
instruct
answer?
them not to answer that particular question, but you can continue.
Did you inform the U.S. Attorney's Office what you were capable of testifying about? Let me ask you a different question. You've read those letters, right?
Yes.
Were you capable of testifying about the subjects that are set forth in those letters?
We'd have to refer to each letter so I can answer that question.
Well, before the letter went from your lawyer to the U.S. Attorney's Office, did you conclude yourself that you were capable of testifying about what was in the letter?
I'd have to look at the letter.
You have no idea.
I don't know which letter you're talking about.
Do we have his visit to the White House? The one for me. I'm marking for identification as Exhibit 17. A document entitled White House Visitor Records Requests.
Yep.
It says name last Browder,
Yep.
name first William,
Yep.
middle initial F. Appointment date February 12, 2014. You see that?
Yes.
So does this refresh your recollection that you had a meeting at the White House with a Mr. Carpenter on February 12th, 2014?
Could you break down the question? There's several questions there.
Did you have a meeting at the White House on February 14, 2014?
No. I had a meeting at the old executive office building.
I see. Within the White House complex.
Yes.
So when I asked you when you've been to the White House, you weren't talking about the White House complex.
Correct.
So I have to be very careful in asking my questions. Is that right? Did you meet with Mr. Carpenter?
Yes.
Who else was present?
Juliana Glover.
Who's Juliana Glover?
She was my lobbyist.
She was your lobbyist?
Correct.
When did you discharge her from being your lobbyist?
She left her firm to join a new firm, and that's when the business relationship ended.
When was that?
I can't remember, maybe a year ago.
Well, she was present when you were served with a subpoena just a couple months ago, right?
Correct.
But that wasn't part of a business relationship?
No.
Okay. So other than Mr. Carpenter and Miss Glover, who else was present?
Nobody.
And why did you ask for this appointment?
Part of our advocacy for implementing Sergei Magnitsky Rule of Law Accountability Act sanctions.
And what were you asking for?
More people to be added to the list.
And who did you want it added to the list?
I can't remember the names.
Mr. Katzev was not on your list.
No.
Did you ever talk to the U.S. Attorney's Office whether Mr. Katzev should be added to the list?
No.
Anybody in your team have that conversation?
No.
So how long did you meet with Mr. Carpenter?
45 minutes.
And what was the conversation?
About putting people on the Magnitsky list.
And what did you say and what did he say during that conversation?
I said, we should put more people on the Magnitsky list.
And what did he say?
We're working on it.
And who were the people you wanted added to the list?
I can't remember.
Did he say how he was working on it?
No.
At one point, you learned that John Kerry, the Secretary of State, stopped additions to the list, right?
What point are you referring to?
In 2014.
I think it was the White House, but I can't remember who was stopping it. Somebody was stopping it.
Didn't you call Mr. Kerry the lapdog of Mr. Putin?
I might have. Are you referring to a specific quote or document?
I'm referring to a quote. Did you call Mr. Kerry the lapdog of Putin?
Could I see the document and I'll confirm it?
No, I'm asking you whether you said it.
I don't remember.
If I showed you the document, you would remember.
It would refresh my memory.
I see. So you have no recollection of calling Secretary of State Kerry the lapdog of Putin?
Maybe your colleague can show me the document and it will refresh my memory.
But unless I show you a document, you're not going to admit to the statement.
I've made a lot of statements about a lot of people. I'd like to see the statement.
Do you feel that Mr. Kerry is the lapdog of Putin?
Well, let me see the statement and I'll...
Do you think Mr. Kerry is the lapdog of Putin?
Do I think... Yes.
And why?
Because, in my opinion, he's following a policy of appeasement towards Russia.
Including not adding people to the Magnitsky list.
Among other things.
What other things are you referring to?
Sanctions policy more generally, arms to Ukraine, Syria, Iran, etc.
An interesting subject, but not part of the lawsuit, so we'll pass on it. So when you heard there was a trial date in this case, were you concerned by that?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Carpenter about it?
No.
Never even brought it up?
No.
talk to anybody within the White House complex about it?
No,
Did you talk to anybody in the Justice Department about it?
no.
Okay, so. Do you have any idea where the United States got records of Previzone Holdings UBS bank account?
No.
Has your team allegedly traced $230 million or any part of that to Previzone Holdings?
Isn't this the whole basis for our complaint?
Right. So how did you do that?
My team conducted the investigation.
And how did they do that?
Gathering information from different sources.
What sources? Bring me the quote. I don't think you said that. What sources?
1782 subpoena, OCCRP,
What's that? OCCRP?
the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project.
What, they had records?
Yep.
They have records of Previzone Holdings account in UBS?
No.
Well, I want to focus. I understand. I'm looking now at the chart, Exhibit 1, Tab 7. We've talked about the part up through Bunacon and Ellenest. We're now at, according to this chart, $410,000 that went from Bunacon to Previzone Holdings, and $447,000 that went from Ellenest to Previzone Holdings. Do you see that?
Yes.
So, how did your team trace those funds?
I don't know.
Are there any documents within this exhibit, as far as you know, that trace those funds?
I don't know. I think these numbers, these tab numbers refer to different documents, but I couldn't.
What's that?
I think these numbers, these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, refer
Yeah.
to different documents here, but I don't know how that works.
Okay. Oh, where? Give me a second. Where does it say from here? No, that didn't work. All right, so if we look at 151, that's the Bates number on the bottom.
I'm sorry, what are you referring to?
It's in tab 8, lower right-hand corner, 3128-151.
Okay.
So it talks about a transfer of 447 from LNS to Previzone. Did you see that?
Yep.
And on the opposite page, well, that's the Bunacon payment. So the LNS, I suppose we have to turn the page. I don't know. Do you see the 447,000? 'Cause I don't.
So what was your question?
Where is the basis for the statement on page 151 that there was a $447,000 payment from L&S to Previzon?
I don't know.
And you have no idea what these little boxes are that are on the opposite page.
I have no idea.
And you have no idea where they came from.
No idea.
And who on your team should I ask about the transfers from UBS in Switzerland or into the UBS account in Switzerland?
Objection to form.
From, let me start again. Who on your team should I ask about the transfers from Bunicon and L&S into Previzon?
Objection to form.
Could you rephrase the question?
Yes. There's a statement here that L&S transferred $447,000 to Previzon. Who on your team would know how that transfer occurred?
I imagine either the lawyers or Vadim.
And the lawyer's the same lawyers you've been talking about.
Yeah.
And you don't know where they got the records.
No.
Would they have any source of records other than the Swiss proceeding?
I don't know.
Somebody steal the records?
No.
You sure about that?
Yep.
Do you have a whistleblower for these records?
I don't know where these records came from.
What do you know about the company called AFI Europe?
I read something in the complaint about them joint venturing with your clients on German real estate.
Do you know anything else about them?
It's a large Israeli real estate investment company listed on the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange.
Has it ever been subject of a criminal investigation, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
Not to your knowledge?
I just don't know.
Do you know Mr. Levayev?
I know of him.
Never met him?
I have.
You've met him how many times?
Twice.
When was that?
In 1996 and sometime in the early 2000s.
What were the circumstances of meeting Mr. Levayev?
Social. He was at a party.
Both occasions?
Yeah.
Never did any business with him?
No.
You know people who did business with him?
No.
You know Mr. Gaidamak?
No.
Know anything about a structure for holding real estate in Europe called the Dutch Sandwich?
No.
You don't own any real estate in Europe?
I'm sorry?
Do you own any real estate in Europe?
No.
Why don't we take a short break? Time is 4:52 p.m. We are off the record.
Good.
Time is 5:12 p.m. We are back on the record.
Okay, so Mr. Browder, you're the head of the Global Magnitsky Justice Campaign. Is that right?
Yes.
And what's that devoted to?
getting justice for Sergei Magnitsky.
And where does it get its funding?
It's a loose cooperation of individuals. It's mostly self-funded.
Self-funded, you pay for most of it.
So most people contribute their time and effort for free.
And the expenses?
The expenses aren't significant, but I pay some of them.
Do you know something called the Journalism Development Network?
No.
Operates OCCRP? You
Yeah.
aware of that?
No.
Do you make contributions to the Journalism Development Network?
No.
Never.
Never.
You've never made contributions directly or indirectly to OCCRP?
No.
How'd you come to know OCCRP?
We met them, I met them, my colleagues met them in the course of our work.
So it's just... Okay. So I'm going to mark as Exhibit 18. The return of organization exempt from income tax, Journalism Development Network, Inc. And this is for the year 2012, and it shows in 2011 it received contributions of $19,000. And in 2013, I'm looking at line 8 on the first page, received contributions of $1,015,542. You have any idea how its contributions jumped so significantly in 2012?
No.
And that's not due to any contributions you made?
I made no contributions.
And Hermitage?
No contributions.
And nobody on your team that you know of?
No.
So you have no explanation for that jump in contributions?
No.
So in 2012, the OCCRP approached Dennis Katzeb. You were aware of that?
No.
You weren't aware of that?
No.
Here's my exhibit. Go on, sir. So according to your letter, which is Exhibit 1 to the New York DA, there were transactions by Prevazone, and you list 13 of them. Well, I think I misspoke. Just a second. No, there's 13 transactions, and the last two are the ones to Prevazone.
Could you just alert me to the right page here?
Yeah, page 5.
Page 5. Page 4 or page 5?
Page 5. Well, it starts on page 4. There are a list of transactions, but the last two are transaction 15 and 16. You see that?
Yep.
And where did you get that information?
I don't know.
So then it goes acquisition of defendant's assets further down the page. Prevazone acquired the defendant assets on November 30, 2009. What do you mean by defendant assets?
Where is the, what reference are you?
Paragraph 16, numbered 16.
I don't know.
So you don't know how you came into information about Prevazone?
No.
Unit 2009 was acquired by Prevazone on November 30, 2009 for $1,231,148. Do you see that?
Yes.
Where did you get that information?
That information came from Bill Alpert at Barron's Magazine.
Do you know where he got it?
No.
And Unit 1810 was acquired on November 30th for $829. Did that come from Bill Alpert also?
I believe so.
How did Bill Albert become interested in Dennis Katzev?
He's a part of the OCCRP network.
Well, but how did Dennis Katzev come to the attention of the OCCRP?
I don't know.
Well, how'd they come to your attention?
I don't know.
Do you know whether this information is accurate in 17 and 18?
I don't know.
Look, this is a letter that you delivered to the New York DA personally, and you did no due diligence to see whether it was accurate?
I trusted my team.
That's totally, you trusted your team, but you did nothing yourself to understand the information and to check whether it was accurate. Is that true?
What's the question?
You did nothing yourself in the way of due diligence to determine whether this information that you're presenting to the New York DA is accurate.
My team did the due diligence and I trusted their work.
Did you ever find... So it says, as conclusion, as set forth above, Prevazone and its major shareholder, Denis Katzev, the son of a current serving Russian senior official, has acquired the vast corporate and personal wealth in excess of $857,000 through corrupt schemes. That's what it says, right? Paragraph 19?
Yep.
So, what were the corrupt schemes? Referred to right here, corrupt schemes.
I don't know.
You have no idea.
No.
Prevazone and Denis Katzev had also taken significant steps to conceal the source and ownership of their funds and assets. What significant steps did they take?
I don't know.
So you get out there and you tell the world that Denis Katzev's a crook, and you don't have any idea how he's a crook. Is that what you're telling us?
Objection to form.
Could you rephrase the question, please?
You go out and you tell the world that Denis Katzev is a crook, and you have no idea what acts he committed that were crooked. Is that your testimony?
No.
Then what did he do that was crooked, in your view? Corrupt.
My team did an analysis which led to apartments being purchased using funds from the $230 million tax rebate fraud that Sergei Magnitsky uncovered. The rigor and quality of the work that my team did gave me confidence to supply our suspicions to the New York District Attorney's Office to investigate, and they chose to investigate.
Rigor and quality. What rigor did they use?
The same rigor they've used all throughout my experience with them.
So you have no idea what due diligence they do to make sure their information is accurate.
they've been doing this work for a long time, and the work that they do is high quality, and I have confidence in it.
And nobody has been prosecuted, although you've been at this for years, other than Mr. Katzev, based on the rigor and quality of your information. Is that right?
No.
Who's been prosecuted?
You had 5 different questions in your questions, so. could
No,
you-
nobody has been prosecuted based upon the rigor and quality of the work of your team. 5 years of doing work?
Is your question whether anyone has been prosecuted?
Yes.
If your question is, has anyone been prosecuted
As a result of your work.
as a result of our work? Not yet.
And it's been how many years you've been at this?
Since Sergei Magnitsky was killed,
And when was that?
November 16th, 2009,
So that's 6 years now.
5.5.
And you've presented to how many different prosecutors?
To the extent that that question calls for communications with government agencies that are engaged in ongoing criminal investigations that aren't public, I'm going to again request that the witness not answer it, but obviously to the extent that it's about the existence of investigations that are public, we have no objection.
You're instructing him not to answer.
Um,
To be clear, I asked for the number.
yes.
I didn't ask for names. So I don't know how the number could be privileged.
Yeah, that's fine. If it's just the number, then you can answer.
Yes, Mr. Simrod, I understood you to be asking for the number, and if the witness knows the number, I do not have an independent objection other than what the government stated, which I understand they're withdrawing their objection to a question about the number if the witness knows.
How many prosecutors have you submitted information to?
I don't know the exact number, more than 10.
And when your rigorous and high-quality information has been challenged in court, you've lost. Isn't that true?
No.
Well, Mr. Stepanov won in court. You already testified to that. And weren't you sued by Mr. Karpov
Yeah.
in London?
Yes.
And the judge there was highly critical of your analysis, wasn't he?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I wouldn't have want a judge saying this about me, so I'll show it to you. Marking as Exhibit 19. Your copy. An opinion, approved judgment in the High Court of Justice, Queen's Bench Division, Royal Court of Justice, Strand, London, before Mr. Justice Simon, between Pavel Karpov and as claimant and William Felix Browder as defendants, Hermitage Capital Management Limited, Hermitage Capital Management UK Limited, Jameson Reed Firestone. Do you know what this document is?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the judgment on the libel suit.
And what did Mr. Karpov accuse you of in this lawsuit?
Libel.
In what, for what statements?
Statements made in the videos that were published on RussianUntouchables.com.
That says he had arrested, tortured, and murdered Mr. Magnitsky, right?
The statements didn't say that on the website.
Really? Well, let's see about that. Episode 2 on page 1645, that's a Bates number. 2008, after Sergei Magnitsky testified against the same criminal group for an even larger crime, the same officers arrested, tortured, and eventually killed Sergei to hide their crime. Unless they are stopped, the same criminal group will continue to murder and steal. And it's time for the Russian government to prosecute the officers responsible for the arrest and death of Sergei Magnitsky. Major Pavel Karpov uses his position to steal, destroy lives. He's become a very rich man and believes his uniform makes him untouchable. It's time to prove him wrong. Did you make that statement in your website?
That statement was made on the Russian Untouchables video, episode 2.
That was, you were responsible for that.
Yes.
You approved it.
Yes.
So you have episode 3. Top of page 1646. Instead of stopping Sergei Magnitsky and recognizing him as a hero, the government allowed Interior Ministry officers Kuznetsov, Karpov to arrest, torture, and kill him. You said that?
No, there's 3 dots in between those words.
The court felt that this was an accurate statement of what was said?
No, there's 3 dots there, so I didn't. The video said something more than that.
I see. But the court felt that this was an accurate, this is written by a judge, right? This opinion. Correct?
Yep.
The judge felt that was an accurate representation of what was said, correct?
No,
He did.
the judge is paraphrasing for whatever purposes.
I see. So you think the judge got it wrong?
No, I'm just saying that there's 3 dots there.
So, did you say, in words or in substance, that Karpov had arrested, tortured, and killed Magnitsky?
No,
Well, we just read it in episode 2, you said it.
no, he didn't. Should we read it again?
Yeah, we'll read it again.
In 2008, after Sergei Magnitsky testified against the same criminal group for an even larger crime, the same officers arrested, tortured, and eventually...
Slow down, it's being typed up.
I'm sorry. And eventually killed Sergei to hide their crime. Unless they are stopped, the same criminal group will continue to murder and steal. It's time for the Russian government to prosecute the officers responsible for the arrest and death of Sergei Magnitsky. Major Pavel Karpov uses his position to steal, destroy lives. He's become a very rich man and believes his uniform makes him untouchable. It's time to prove him wrong.
So you're saying the court got it wrong when on the next page, or 1646, instead of supporting Sergei Magnitsky and recognizing him as a hero, the government allowed Interior Minister officers Kuznetsov, Karpov to arrest, torture, and kill him.
I'm saying
So
that
the
there's...
court got it wrong.
Yes. I'm saying that there's 3 dots there. No, the court didn't get it wrong. I'm saying that you're reading out of context because there's 3 dots there and there's a longer sentence.
But this is what the court wrote. This is what the judge wrote. We're looking at a judge's opinion, right? I didn't get it wrong. You're saying the judge got it wrong when he put 3 dots there because changed the meaning according to you.
I'm not sure that the judge intended... Oh, no, I disagree.
You disagree? What do you disagree with?
I disagree that there's 3 dots there. So if you want to use this, you should retrieve the full sentence.
I'm talking about what Judge Simon said about what you said about Mr. Karpov. And Judge Simon said, Kuznetsov, Karpov, 3 dots to arrest, torture, and kill him. That's what I'm reading.
So I didn't say that. I said more words than are listed there, which is why there's 3 dots.
Alrighty. Okay, paragraph 128. Starting on 127, actually. So, 127 has your case, defendant's case, on the ill treatment and or torture of Sergei Magnitsky, correct?
Let me just read it properly. Yes, correct.
So it says that your case is, for the avoidance of doubt, it's not alleged that the claimant, which would be Mr. Karpov, personally took part in the ill treatment and or torture or killing of Mr. Magnitsky. The case against claimant is that he was, however, one of those culpable and or complicit in it because of his part in the fraud and cover-up. And then it says, it would have been reasonably foreseeable to any reasonable or blameless official in claimant's position, not least based on the high mortality rates in Russian prison, that a person in Mr. Magnitsky's position could well die in prison. Notwithstanding this, the claimant participated in his arrest and detention in the manner alleged above. Correct?
Yes.
And then the judge says, this is an unsatisfactory plea of justification for at least two reasons. First, it focuses on claimant's motive, and motive alone is not sufficient to support a plea of torture and murder. Second, the only overt act relied on is the claimant's involvement in the arrest and imprisonment of Sergei Magnitsky. The link which is made between the arrest and imprisonment on the one hand and Sergei Magnitsky's death on the other is that the latter was reasonably foreseeable consequence of the former, not least because of high mortality rates in Russian prison. The causal link which one would expect from such a serious charge is wholly lacking, and nothing is said about torture or murder. That's what the judge said about your statements concerning Mr. Karpov, correct?
Yes.
And yet, you continue to go around and associate people with the death of Sergei Magnitsky who were not directly involved in his death, don't you?
I believe that people I make statements about being involved in his death were involved in his death.
And you think Mr. Karpov, despite the disagreement that the judge had with you, you think Mr. Karpov is responsible.
I believe that Mr. Karpov was a member of a criminal enterprise that was responsible.
I'm asking you whether you disagree with the judge that because he arrested him, then necessarily Mr. Magnitsky was going to die. And
Well,
that's what you've said.
Why don't we just read a little further in the same document? If you go to...
Why don't we answer my question? The causal link which one would expect from a serious charge is wholly lacking, and nothing is said about torture or murder. He doesn't agree that because he supposedly was the arresting officer, that he was responsible for his death, correct?
No.
The judge doesn't agree.
No, that's incorrect.
Oh, the judge agrees with you?
No, the judge doesn't. Let's repeat your question and I'll tell you
I'd
what
say
you're
the
doing.
judge thinks that the causal link which one would expect from such a serious charge, and the charge being that he was involved in the arrest, and therefore he was involved in the death, is wholly lacking, and nothing is said is about torture or murder. That's what the judge said. You disagree with the judge?
No.
Okay. So, in this complaint, in this case, there's a reference to the death of Mr. Magnitsky, and you've associated Mr. Katzev with the death of Mr. Magnitsky, haven't you?
No.
There was press release. you have marked as Exhibit 20, the press release. Which I believe is from Hermitage on September 11, 2013, regarding the complaint. So, can you identify Exhibit 20?
Yes,
What is it?
a press release.
By whom?
A website called Law and Order in Russia.
And who issued the press release?
The Justice Campaign for Sergei Magnitsky,
Which is your organization?
which is my organization.
So you approve this press release?
I did.
It states, middle of the first paragraph, this is the first action in the U.S. to seize assets connected to the Magnitsky case, said a Hermitage Capital representative. It's a significant escalation in the campaign to bring justice for Sergei Magnitsky and his family. Sergei's families, colleagues, and friends, colleagues, and family will continue to pursue all the recipients of the blood money to make sure they are parted with the illicit proceeds, whoever and wherever they are. And the complaint you're referring to is against Prevozone Holdings, and you refer to Mr. Katsev on the second page. So you're saying Mr. Katsev received blood money from the death of Sergei Magnitsky. Is that what you're saying?
The quote in the press release is, Sergei's friends, colleagues, and family will continue to pursue all the recipients of the blood money to make sure they are parted with the illicit proceeds, whoever and wherever they are. That's exactly what was said.
Right. And you think it's appropriate to refer to blood money received by Mr. Katsev through 104 transactions over months and months, where he's denied to you that he received it and gave you a perfectly reasonable explanation for where it came from.
Objection to form.
There's
I'll
about 5
withdraw
questions
that.
there.
Yeah, well, we'll get to all 5 of them. So, you think it's appropriate to refer to Mr. Katsev as having received blood money.
I believe that the anybody who received proceeds of the $230 million tax rebate fraud, which led to the murder of Sergei Magnitsky, is blood money, and if he received that money, then he was a recipient of blood money.
You testified earlier today that you had no knowledge of facts that would show that Mr. Katsev had knowledge or intent to participate in the scheme described in the complaint. You remember that testimony?
I do.
And yet you're willing to describe what he allegedly received as blood money, implying he was involved in the death of Magnitsky.
There were 3 questions there. You want to break them down?
Were you implying with blood money that the person who received it, Mr. Katsev, was involved in the death of Mr. Magnitsky?
No.
And so what does blood money refer to?
Money from the $230 million tax rebate fraud.
The allegation, the complaint, is Mr. Katsev's company's Prevozone are conspirators, and they are responsible for the whole scheme of the $230 million. Were you aware of that?
No.
You read it. You read the complaint, didn't you?
Didn't say that they were responsible.
Of course it did.
It didn't say that.
It asked to recover the $230 million.
I'm sorry.
I'm not going to go back to the complaint. It's getting late in the day. You're telling me you didn't have any idea when you read that complaint that Mr. Katzev's companies are being accused of being responsible for the whole $230 million scheme?
Let's go back to the document.
Just tell me. You don't know it?
I'd like to see that. I'd like to see what you're referring to.
I'd like to not spend time on that. So, you think this is an appropriate press release and an appropriate complaint referring to the Magnitsky Act? It's appropriate press release associating Mr. Katzev with blood money?
Mr. Katzev, according to our analysis and our suspicions, received a portion of the proceeds of the $230 million tax rebate fraud. That fraud, the discovery of that fraud by Sergei Magnitsky led to his false arrest, torture, and murder in prison. And therefore,
Go ahead, finish.
and therefore, the person who received that, in my opinion, would be the recipient of blood money.
Based upon your suspicions, you just said. Suspicions was the word.
That's correct.
So based upon suspicions, you broadcast to the world that Mr. Katzev is involved in the death of Mr. Magnitsky.
No,
That's adequate for your point of view.
no.
You just said that.
No,
You
I
said
didn't.
based upon our suspicions, he received money,
That's correct.
and therefore it's blood money, and therefore he's responsible for having blood money.
There's 3 questions there. You want to break them down?
No. You think it's perfectly appropriate, based upon suspicions, to accuse somebody of having blood money.
Could you rephrase the question, please?
No. I said, you believe, based upon suspicions, that it is a proper basis to accuse somebody of having blood money.
We had suspicions. I had suspicions. And I took those suspicions to the New York DA's office to investigate. They investigated and believed that my suspicions were credible. And on the back of that, they handed the complaint to the U.S. Attorney's Office, who also believed that our suspicions were credible based on their own investigation, and then seized the properties.
Mr. Hyman testified that the information he got was from you and Mr. Kleiner and some websites you directed him to. It was your information, and you knew that, didn't you?
Objection to form.
Let me show you another press release. Article. I'm marking it as Exhibit 21. A Radio Free Europe Radio Liberty article of September 18, 2013. Could U.S. asset seizures lead to expansion of the Magnitsky blacklist? First sentence reads, as shady Russian businessmen snapped up luxury apartments in New York City, lawyer Sergei Magnitsky was confined to the few square meters of a Moscow jail cell. He would die there under suspicious circumstances. Refers to the lawsuit and refers to Mr. Katzev as the supposedly shady Russian businessman. Do you think there is a sufficient causal link between Mr. Katzev's activities in the complaint and the death of Sergei Magnitsky?
I don't know.
Do you think it's appropriate for a U.S. government company, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, to broadcast that around the world?
I have no judgment on their journalistic standards one way or another.
Do you think that's an appropriate association of Mr. Katzev with the death of Mr. Magnitsky?
It's not my place to judge somebody
Why
else's
not?
article.
You have an opinion, don't you? Don't you have an opinion?
Yeah?
What's your opinion
About what?
about that statement? The beginning of that article.
Looks like it's based on the complaint.
And you think that's an appropriate way to interpret the complaint?
I make no judgment on this guy.
You have an opinion about whether that's an appropriate way to describe the complaint.
Without more information about his, how he was basing his article, it would be, I have no opinion.
Do you think that it is appropriate description of the complaint? That's what you said. You said it's a description of the complaint. You think that's an appropriate description of the complaint?
I don't know.
So is it fair to say that you didn't learn anything from Justice Simon's criticism that you had inadequate causal link between somebody who arrested, allegedly, Mr. Magnitsky and his death?
In paragraph 141,
I'm asking you about
And I'm-
paragraph
and-
128.
and I'm answering you with paragraph 141. In paragraph 141, Justice Simon says, I have used the expression presently.
Well, why don't you start at the beginning of the paragraph if you want to talk about 141?
Sure. Thirdly, the claimant has achieved a measure of vindication as a result of the views I have expressed in this application. Defendants are not in a position to justify the allegations that he caused or was party to the torture, death of Sergei Magnitsky, or will continue to commit
Slow down and speak out loud.
or to be party to.
If you want to read this, make sure people can hear it.
Would you like me to start from the
I
beginning?
would like you to start at the beginning, slow down, and speak out loud.
Thirdly, the claimant has achieved a measure of vindication as a result of the views I have expressed on his application. The defendants are not in a position to justify the allegations that he caused or was party to the torture and death of Sergei Magnitsky, or would continue to commit or be party to covering up crimes. To use the expression in Olswang's letter of the 1st of August 2012, the record, at least insofar as it is presently set out in the pleadings, has been set straight. I recognize that this will not prevent a repetition of the libel, which, in order of the court, would do, at least in this jurisdiction. However, nothing in this judgment is intended to suggest that if the defendants were to continue to publish unjustified defamatory material about the claimant, the court would be powerless to act. I have used the expression presently set out in the pleadings because I have not overlooked the possibility of an application to amend the particulars of the plea of justification to rely on participation in a broad conspiracy and/or joint enterprise.
And you feel that justifies associating Mr. Karpov, with the death of Mr. Magnitsky, what you just read.
I believe that Mr. Karpov was a member of a joint enterprise or a broad conspiracy that led to the murder and death of Sergei Magnitsky.
And you have yet to come up with a single fact that would justify that.
No, incorrect.
We're not going back over the pleadings. We're talking about this case now.
Which
You have gone.
Which case are we talking about? We're talking about the libel case, or
No, we're talking about this lawsuit
Okay,
against Mr. Katzev,
right.
who's not accused of being involved in the arrest, the death, the torture, or anything else of Mr. Magnitsky. But you and the United States have associated him with that death, and you think that's appropriate.
I think that the United States government has taken a complaint that we filed, investigated it, and found a link between the crimes that Sergei Magnitsky uncovered and the purchase of property in New York, and have seized that property.
And you think it's appropriate, based upon this link of 104 transactions, to say that Mr. Katzev was associated with the death of Mr. Magnitsky?
think it's appropriate to say that Mr. Katsev received proceeds.
No. Answer my question, not your question. Do you think it's appropriate, based upon what your investigation allegedly found, to associate Mr. Katsev with the death of Mr. Magnitsky?
Yes.
Other people will have a judgment on that. But I would suggest you've learned nothing from Justice Simon.
Is that a question?
No, it's my own editorializing. You tape conversations?
I don't personally know.
Never?
I have in the past.
In the past? How far in the past?
In specific instances where somebody is involved in something suspicious.
So have you taped any conversations in connection with your investigation of the $230 million theft from the Russian Treasury?
I haven't personally.
Do you know if anybody in your team
Has specifically taped conversations?
Yes.
I don't know.
Do you keep a calendar?
Do I keep a calendar?
Yeah, do you keep a calendar?
Yeah.
Do you keep your emails?
Yes.
Who keeps your files?
What do you mean?
Who keeps your files? Who maintains your files?
I don't understand the question.
You have files in connection with the $230 million fraud. Who maintains them?
People doing the investigation.
Who's that?
My lawyers and Vadim Kleiner.
You don't keep anything yourself?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Not a shred?
No.
Except the emails?
Yeah.
It's alleged in the complaint and the amended complaint that when Mr. Katsev was approached by a reporter about the funds that was in the Prevazone Holdings account, that he said he had received them from an investor. You're aware of that?
Could you show me the line?
Let's go to the amended complaint.
Exhibit 14?
So it's paragraph 108 and 109. Says the money that came in February of 2008, and I'm paraphrasing here, from Bunakan and LNS derived from a deal between Mr. Critt and his friend Mr. Petrov. You see that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Let me read from page 41, paragraph 108. First full sentence. Representative 1 stated that the funds involved in the February 2008 Bunakan LS transfers derived from a deal between Mr. Critt and his friend, a Mr. Petrov. You see that?
Yes.
So the 2008 Bunikon and LNS transfers are the ones that your investigation claimed were from the Russian fraud, right?
I don't know.
Well, you can look at Exhibit B.
Exhibit B?
Yes, to this complaint,
Yep.
which, by the way, is similar to Exhibit 1, the chart that you showed us.
Which document is that?
Well, let's go to your chart, okay, which is Exhibit 1, the letter to the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Exhibit 1?
This letter to U.S. right on top.
This one. Which tab?
7.
Okay.
So this is your information.
Yep.
You have transfers of $410,000, $447,000 in February 2008 from Bunikon and LNS, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that's what Representative 1 was talking about, February 2008 Bunikon and LNS transfers.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
I'm sorry. I don't.
All right. So Representative 1, on behalf of Mr. Katsev, says that those transfers came from a deal between Mr. Petrov and Mr. Krit. Right? That's what the complaint says.
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And you had that information before the complaint was filed, right?
No.
You had that information actually before you even made the complaint to the U.S. Attorney's Office, didn't you?
I don't know.
Did you ever investigate whether it was true that the 2008 transfers came from a Mr. Petrov?
I didn't personally.
Did anybody?
I don't know.
Don't you think it's reasonable, if there's an explanation, to investigate the explanation?
If in general terms, yes.
Okay. And so we have, according to your chart, $20 million of clean money going into Bunikon LNS, $800,000 coming out. Don't you think it's possible that that was clean money that came out?
I don't know.
Don't you think it's possible that Mr. Katsev's explanation that it came from a Mr. Petrov is a reasonable explanation when there's $20 million of clean money going through those accounts at the same time?
I don't know.
You have no opinion about that.
I just don't know.
You're willing to accuse Mr. Katsev of having blood money, but you don't know whether it's reasonable to think that the $800,000 came from clean money. Is that your testimony?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. You don't think that, you don't know whether you should check whether the $410,000 and the $447,000 came from Mr. Petrov as a reasonable explanation, a reasonable and innocent explanation for the transfers from Bunikon and LNS.
I don't know when that information came, and I don't know whether the people who did the tracing had that information.
No, they had the information before this complaint was filed. This is in the original complaint also. Should we look at paragraph in the original complaint? This is before the complaint was filed. Exhibit to the original complaint.
Where am I looking?
Looking at,
Are you talking about the complaint that we filed with New York
no,
DA's office?
this is the United States complaint against Prevazon.
Which exhibit number is this?
I think it's 2.
this be Exhibit 2? It doesn't have a number, it doesn't have a sticker on it.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's put a sticker on it. Hmm? So, Exhibit 2, the original verified complaint, paragraph 108.
Okay.
It's the same statement in 108. Representative 1 stated that funds involved in the February 2008 transfer derived from a deal between Mr. Critt and his friend, Mr. Petro.
So what's the question?
So this information came from your team?
The Petrov story?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, it came from the OCC RP.
So I don't see it in here. Is it? Can you show me it in here where that statement is?
I don't think it's in there.
So how did it come from me?
It came from the OCC PR that you gave to the U.S. Attorney.
No, the OCC RP gave us information, not the other way around.
Yes, and then you gave it to the U.S. Attorney. So you had from the OCC RP this quote from Representative 1.
I'm not sure that's the case. I don't believe, not to my knowledge.
You think it would have been irresponsible to make a complaint against Prevazone without checking out the explanation given by Representative 1?
I don't know. I haven't assessed that
Well,
statement.
let's assess it right now. You have $20 million going through an account, $800,000 coming out, and the person whose accounts received the money says, I have a perfectly good explanation. It came from Mr. Petro. And you don't think it's your obligation, before you accuse him of having blood money, to check out his story?
I'm not sure we have that information.
Obviously had it because it's in the complaint, the very first complaint.
It's not in this complaint.
Mr. Hyman says that he got information for this complaint from you and Mr. Kleiner and some websites you directed him to. So you had the information.
I don't, not to my knowledge.
Well, let me ask you this. Let's assume that you are aware of this explanation. Would it be irresponsible not to check it out before making a complaint against Mr. Katz's companies?
I can't make a judgment about some piece of information taken out of context.
It's perfectly well in context. It is his explanation for the $800,000. It's not obvious to you that you ought to check it out?
I don't believe we have that information, not to my knowledge,
Well,
because I don't see it in. I don't see that in this document.
after this was filed, you had the information because you had the complaint. As a matter of fact, you had the complaint before it was filed. So you would have read it in the drafts. So you had the information. Did you check it out?
I don't know.
Don't you think you had an obligation to check it out?
I don't know.
It's not obvious to you if there's an innocent explanation. You don't accuse somebody of having blood money?
The U.S. Attorney's Office have kept it in 2 complaints, so obviously they believe that it's true.
Did you ever try to reach Mr. Petro?
No, not to my knowledge. I didn't personally.
Did anybody in your team attempt to reach Mr. Petro?
I don't know.
Who's Mark Fagan?
He's a Russian lawyer.
You know him?
No.
Didn't you come to the United States with him when you were touring with Pussy Riot?
No.
Do you have anything for children? You know what the Pussy Riot is?
Of course.
What is it?
It's a punk rock band.
And what's the significance of it in Russia?
Anti-Putin. They're an anti-Putin punk rock band.
Did you support the Pussy Riot in any way?
I took them to meetings on Capitol Hill.
And wasn't Mark Fagan there also?
Not with us.
You've never met Mark Fagan?
I've shaken his hand at a event in London, public event.
When was that?
It was 2013, November 2013, I think. I'd have to ask some people to remember.
What event was it?
I think it was a book launch event for a book about Sergei Magnitsky.
Not your book.
No.
Another book.
Yeah.
Do you have Mr. Fagan's telephone number?
No.
So, are you familiar with a lawyer by the name of Oleg Lurie?
No.
You've heard about, I'm sorry, it's not I said lawyer.
You did.
Too many lawyers. A reporter by the name of Oleg Lurie.
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Lurie?
I don't.
Well, you said in a pleading in this court that he was pursuing you for years. Remember saying that?
I remember saying that.
Pursuing you in what way?
There's a documentary that the Russian government made about me in which Oleg Lurie is one of their principal detractors.
That was in 2014?
I think that was last year. I can't remember exactly when. Could have been this year.
And you say it was the Russian government who put that out? You're just assuming that, right?
I'm assuming that, yes.
Okay. You don't know who put it out?
No. Well, I know it was the Russian government, excuse me. I do know.
How do you know that?
Because it was put on the Russian government's television station, NTV.
So, this program was on Russian government TV.
Correct.
Do you know if they put together the video?
I don't know how it was constructed.
Okay, you said Mr. Lurie was pursuing you for years. That's just recently. How has he been pursuing you for years?
I'd have to go back and do a search. I'm sure we could find something.
In other words, you put it in an affidavit to Judge Grisey, but you don't have anything to say he was pursuing you for years?
Not off the tip of my tongue.
And you didn't at the time you wrote that and signed the affidavit, right?
I'm sure I did at the time.
But you can't recall it now.
No.
It's just what, a month or two ago?
Yeah.
So did you have notes that you could review to see how Mr. Lurie has been pursuing you for years?
I could do the research to come up with them.
Well, you can go back and do research to support a statement that you swore to before and present it to Judge Grisey, right? Did you have anything at the time?
I don't have any notes.
So you just said it.
I said it based on my belief at the time.
Do you have any facts that support your belief?
Not on the tip of my tongue.
And you didn't have any at the time, right?
Wrong.
But you don't remember them now.
Right.
Did you go out and check Mr. Lurie's accusation? Did you do any investigation about Mr. Lurie's accusation that somebody used your name to attempt to bribe him to change his story about Sergei Magnitsky?
It's complete nonsense.
You did. Did you do any investigation?
My team did. It's complete nonsense.
What investigation did your team do?
They compared his statements with the facts and came up with a conclusion that it was nonsense.
And what facts did they compare it to?
I don't know.
It's easy to say it's nonsense. Do you have any facts to support that statement?
My team does.
But you have no idea, and you can't tell us here, what facts would support the idea that Mr. Lurie's accusation is nonsense?
I don't remember exactly what his accusation was, and I don't remember exactly what their rebuttal was, but I trust my team to do the analysis.
Mr. Lurie said that somebody using your name contacted him. He produced recordings of those conversations. People using your name offered him $160,000 to change his story about meeting Sergei Magnitsky in jail.
It's a lie.
And how do you know it's a lie?
Because I never gave anyone any money to do anything of the sort.
He never took the money. He turned it down.
I never instructed anybody to do anything of the sort.
Did you investigate whether Mr. Lurie was in prison at the same time as Mr. Magnitsky?
He's a convicted ex-convict that spent 4 years in jail for extortion. And then he came and lied about this thing.
I see. So, you investigated whether he had been in prison. Was he in prison at the same time as Mr. Magnitsky?
I don't know the details of his imprisonment.
Did you check whether his prison term overlapped with Mr. Magnitsky?
No.
And nobody on your team did?
My team did a full analysis.
They write it down?
I don't know.
So what was this full analysis?
They looked at his allegations and looked at the facts and concluded it was complete nonsense, his statements about his knowledge of Sergei Magnitsky.
Can you give me any facts that would support that very easy statement to say that it's nonsense? Do you have any facts?
To support which part of this statement?
Any part of the statement?
Well, the first fact is that I've never bribed or authorized anyone to bribe anybody in relation to him or anything to do with him, and I can say that with 100% certainty. That's a fact.
Did you check whether anybody, did you check whether he was in prison at the same time, in the same prison as Mr. Magnitsky?
I didn't personally.
Do you know whether anybody in your team did?
Yes.
And they discovered what?
That his statements were inconsistent with the truth.
In what way?
I'd have to ask them to repeat the details. I don't know.
So you didn't get briefed on the details of an accusation that you had bribed a witness to change his testimony. Does that say you never got briefed on this?
I was briefed on it, but I don't remember the details.
When were you briefed on it?
Whenever it happened.
It happened just a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
You were briefed on it a few weeks ago, and you have no specifics to tell us.
That's correct.
When you met with Mr. Kasyanov, did you talk to him about Mr. Lurie?
No.
Do you know whether Mr. Kasyanov is attempting to bring a claim against Mr. Lurie?
I read that on the internet.
Where did you read that?
On the internet.
Where on the internet?
Some news article.
You can't tell me more than that?
No.
Did you investigate anything about Mr. Lurie's background?
No.
Did you investigate his reporting?
No.
Did you investigate whether he has won awards in the West for his reporting?
No.
So you're unaware of any of them?
Unaware. Yes, I'm unaware.
Okay. You're not aware that he has spent many years trying to determine how the IMF money that went into Republic National Bank in 1998 ended up stolen?
I wasn't aware of that.
Mr. Saffer was your partner and he owned the bank, right?
Correct.
And you're unaware that Mr. Lurie was looking into that?
That's correct.
Has the U.S. Attorney's Office asked you about Mr. Lurie's affidavit?
No.
Has anybody in the government asked you about Mr. Lurie's affidavit?
No.
Well, Mr. Lurie says that he had 2 meetings with Sergei Magnitsky while they were in prison, right?
I don't know.
Didn't you read his affidavit?
No.
You didn't even read it?
No.
Isn't it true that Mr. Magnitsky turned down legal assistance from you?
No.
He always accepted your legal assistance?
Yes.
So you provided him with lawyers?
His firm did, and we reimbursed them.
Firestone Duncan.
Correct.
They would periodically provide him with statements, provide Mr. Magnitsky with statements that he should sign.
Who?
Firestone Duncan, or his lawyers hired by Firestone Duncan.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Did you consult with Mr. Magnitsky's lawyers from time to time?
No.
Somebody on your team do that?
Possibly, I don't know.
People at Firestone Duncan would have, right?
Surely.
Did you have Brown Rudnick representing you at the time?
No.
So Firestone Duncan was your lawyers at the time?
Not the only ones. We had other lawyers.
So did anybody coordinate on your behalf with Firestone Duncan about the defense of Mr. Magnitsky?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't remember.
You were being criminally prosecuted along with Mr. Magnitsky at that time. You didn't pay attention?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did you ever have somebody suggest to Mr. Magnitsky that he should take responsibility for the Saturn and Dahlia Step tax returns?
I don't remember.
Why don't we take a break?
Time is 6:24 p.m. We are off the record. Time is 6:34 p.m. We are back on the record.
I asked you about taping. We talked about specific taping, but does Hermitage have a taping system for taping incoming and outgoing calls, generally for regulatory purposes or otherwise?
Yes.
And how long do you keep those tapes?
I don't know the details.
Do you know whether those tapes have been searched for any relevant conversations?
I don't know.
All right. As we discussed off the record, we have 12 minutes left or something on the 7 hours. We believe we're entitled to many additional documents, and we also have insufficient time to finish another major subject. So what we're going to do is suspend the deposition at this point. We're going to reserve our right to ask the judge for additional time once we get the documents, and keep the deposition open.
Okay. Well, I disagree. I think, for the record, we offered to reschedule the deposition at the defendant's convenience if they felt it was necessary. The defendants wanted to proceed, as was their right, so we showed up here. I think, regardless whether you wanted to ask more questions about other documents, you chose to ask approximately 6 hours and 48 minutes worth of questions about the documents you had, and I think it's improper to make a witness from England try to sit for another deposition over 12 minutes. So we're willing to sit here for another 12 minutes if you wish, but I think anything else is improper. So thank you.
All right. All right, and I understand the government has no questions. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, so we're going to reserve our rights. There's no point in arguing. As we both know, the judge will decide whatever he decides. So thank you, Mr. Browder, for coming, and we'll expect another session.
All right. Have a good evening.
Yes, you too.
Time is 6:36 p.m. We are off the record.